Excellencies, distinguished guests, His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. Please stand and welcome him with a warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats. Excellencies, distinguished guests, 안녕하십니까? Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Ministerial Conference and Multi-Stakeholder Roundtable of the Third Summit for Democracy. Thank you for sharing your valuable time with us this morning to mark this momentous event. My name is Son Ji-ae, Ambassador for Cultural Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I will be guiding you through this morning's events. The Republic of Korea is hosting the Third Summit for Democracy, which is co-hosted by the United Kingdom, Ecuador, and the United States. With that, let us start the official opening ceremony. First, I would like to invite Korea's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jo Tae-yeol, to give us his opening remarks. Minister Jo, please give him a warm round of applause.
Your Excellency President Yoon Suk-yeol, my fellow ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the Third Summit for Democracy. The Republic of Korea is privileged to co-host the inaugural day of this summit together with Ecuador, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The presence of numerous high-level officials today signifies our collective resolve to strengthen democracy globally. It would be remiss of me not to recognize the representatives of civil society, private sector, and academia present here today. After all, strengthening democracy is a multi-stakeholder endeavor, and I extend my special thanks to the Platform for the Engagement of Civil Society for their tireless preparation for this summit. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today at a defining moment in our history. At a time when geopolitical tensions are escalating, our world is witnessing a retreat from democratic values, which in turn reshapes the international landscape in profound ways. The breakneck speed of technological innovation is adding another layer of complexity to this dynamic. The convergence of these developments will significantly influence the legacy we pass on to future generations, a legacy that will be shaped by our collective response to the challenges of today. In particular, the interplay of AI and digital technologies with democracy presents both unparalleled opportunities and formidable challenges. While these technologies enhance democratic engagement, they also amplify threats of misinformation, disinformation, and digital surveillance, undermining the very foundations of democratic societies. It is now upon us to steer this technological revolution in a way that upholds and promotes democratic values for the benefit of generations to come. This effort calls for collaboration on an unprecedented scale, drawing together governments, international organizations, civil society, private sector, and especially our youth, the agent of change and innovation. Catalyzing such global and multi-stakeholder partnerships is precisely what this Summit for Democracy will be doing over the next 3 days. As President Yoon stated on his first day in office, Human history shows that where political freedom reigned supreme, there prosperity flourished. Peace is guaranteed when countries that value freedom and human rights come together as one. Korea's own journey is a living testament to this truth. Our story showcases the political, economic, and cultural potential that is unleashed when embracing the ideals of freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. As Korea aspires to become a global pivotal state, we are committed to standing in solidarity with the international community to safeguard and advance these values. This is why Korea has decided to host the third Summit for Democracy. I'm confident that our deliberations over the coming 3 days will harness our collective wisdom to shape a lasting democratic legacy for future generations. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Minister Cho. His inspiring remarks provide a great momentum as we raise the curtain of the third Summit for Democracy. Next, we have prepared a special video that will illustrate the theme of today's meeting. The video features a traditional Korean performance, the 마당놀이, a performance that has been carried on for centuries and allows everyone to freely participate and express their opinions, resembling the democratic values we pursue today. With that in mind, please turn your attention to the screen.
Las utilizó. Those are just the changes. Knew he was such a kind.
No matter who you are, where you're from, your skin color.
Across the country to organize blogging sessions for the residents to combat.
We can plan.
세계의 평화와 번영에 기여하며 독창적이고 매력적인 문화를 선물하는 나라가 됐습니다.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy the video and the inspiring messages it contains. We will now be hearing from the representatives of our co-host countries. First, we would like to invite Right Honorable Oliver Dowden, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, onto the stage. Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. I'm proud to be here as an elected representative of the people of the United Kingdom. I speak not as an individual, but with a mandate on behalf of every citizen of my country. That is the powerful strength of democracy. Through our various systems, we are able to channel and amplify our collective voices. And through reasoned debate and ultimately elections, to come together with one voice. That is the simple principle that should not be taken for granted. It is neither universal nor inviolable. Throughout our history, the United Kingdom has championed and fought to defend our democratic freedoms. And as we meet today, once again, democracy faces threats on multiple fronts. Cyber attackers disrupting campaigns, populists embracing falsehoods, autocrats holding sham elections, and extremists promoting violence against candidates, to the extent that in the United Kingdom, we have seen 2 members of Parliament killed in recent years. These enemies of democracy seek to intimidate us, and yet the United Kingdom will remain steadfast in our efforts to combat them and to defend democratic principles around the world. This full spectrum of threats requires a full spectrum response: increased cyber defenses, tackling mis- and disinformation, protections for candidates at home, and global consensus abroad. We will not be afraid to call out this malign activity wherever we see it. The collective power of democracies is what ultimately will defeat all those who seek to overthrow our systems. Together, we are greater than the sum of our parts. I want to thank the Republic of Korea for hosting this summit, and the United States in particular for their leadership on this issue. I look forward to our discussions in the coming days, and in particular, I welcome the focus on tackling the threat posed by artificial intelligence. As surely as artificial intelligence will bring rapid advances to all our lives, so too it has advanced the ability of those that seek to dupe and to deceive. The United Kingdom was therefore proud to lead the world in convening the first AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park last year. And indeed, we are delighted that Korea will shortly be hosting the next one. The pace of progress and the globalized nature of this technology means that we need to redouble our research efforts, raise awareness of these threats, and deepen our collaboration. Together, we will reap the rewards today and safeguard and strengthen our democracy for many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for your inspiring words. Next, we will have the honor of hearing from Her Excellency Gabriela Sommerfeld, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. Minister Sommerfeld?
안녕하세요. distinguished guests, leaders, and representatives of nations gathered here today, it is a great honor for me to extend a warm welcome to the Third Democracy Summit, which will be held on March 18 to 20th, 2024, in the beautiful Republic of Korea. I am pleased to note the presence of distinguished authorities who will accompany us during this summit, with the active participation of the President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Yoon Suk Yeol, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Korea, Mr. Cho Tae-yul, whose presence and leadership will be instrumental in guiding our discussions toward the path of collaboration and mutual understanding. At this critical time, we gather under the inspiring theme, Democracy for the Future Generations, reflecting our collective commitment to building a future where democracy flourishes as a source of equality, justice, and citizen participation. This summit stands as a beacon of hope and a space for productive dialogue, where we share our desire to understand the reality facing the generations to come. Beyond borders and differences, we are here to echo their voices, understand their challenges, and work together to build a more promising and equitable future. As part of this summit, we highlight the Leaders' Plenary, comprised of 3 strategic sessions, which we hope will be at the heart of our deliberations. These sessions will provide an invaluable space to explore avenues of cooperation and overcome the challenges facing democracy today. It is also important to underline that during the breaks between sessions, we will hear 2 special interventions from civil society, which will not only enrich our discussions, but will also provide a global platform for us to hear the different voices and visions of civil society. We encourage all participants to fully immerse themselves in the discussions, share their experiences and perspectives, and work together to forge solutions that advance the strengthening of democracy in our nations. On behalf of the Republic of Ecuador, and together with the Republic of Korea, we sincerely thank you for your presence and participation in this significant summit. We hope that these days could be a testimony to our shared commitment to a future where democracy is a beacon of hope for our nations. Chode Kamsa Hamnida.
Thank you, Minister Sommerfeld, for your inspiring words. Now we would like to invite His Excellency Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the United States of America, onto the podium.
Thank you very, very much. President Yoon, Prime Minister Cho, thank you for hosting this 3rd Summit for Democracy. And I hope that the extraordinary spirit of Nori that we just saw a few moments ago pervades the next 3 days, and indeed helps us carry forward from Seoul as we not only do our work here, but then continue it in the many weeks and months ahead. It's particularly fitting, in fact, it's even a little bit poignant that we're gathered here in Seoul, in Korea, for this 3rd Summit for Democracy, a nation that transformed over a single generation into one of the strongest, most dynamic democracies in the world, a champion of democracy for the world. I also want to thank our partners who are here with us today from the United Kingdom and Ecuador in helping to carry forward the banner of the Summit for Democracy. And everyone present today, thank you for being here. We come from nations large and small, east and west, developed and developing economies. But we're all united by a fierce conviction that democracy is the single most powerful tool for unleashing human potential and delivering results for our people. 3 years ago, President Biden launched the Summit for Democracy out of a recognition that democratic governance has reached what he calls an inflection point. There was a powerful wave of political opening around the world after the end of the Cold War, but that has been followed by nearly 2 decades of democratic backsliding. In many places, basic freedoms have eroded. Electoral rights have come under assault. Corruption has eaten away at hope. Under the summit banner, over the past 3 years, we have risen together to meet this challenge. More than 100 governments from every part of the world have committed to taking concrete action to strengthen and renew democracy, both in their countries, but also working together to tackle shared threats around the world. We're fighting corruption. Bulgaria is protecting whistleblowers and increasing accountability for public prosecutors. Kenya adopted open contracting data standards for public procurement and created a public beneficial ownership register. Canada is investing millions in combating money laundering around the world. We're promoting free and fair elections. Switzerland is supporting emerging democracies with technological expertise and guidance to reduce the risk of violence ahead of elections. Botswana is engaging regional bodies like the African Union and the regional economic communities to advocate for presidential term limits. Australia is providing electoral support to Southeast Asian and Pacific nations. We're protecting independent media and journalists. The United States has supported grants around more than a dozen countries to strengthen the long-term stability of media outlets through the International Fund for Public Internet Media, public interest media. And we're improving the security of journalists, including those operating in exile under the Journalism Protection Platform. We're upholding and defending human rights. Nepal increased the statute of limitations to file a rape case. Czechia has begun a program to issue emergency visas for human rights defenders who may be under threat. The Bahamas launched a mobile tool to connect people with disabilities to services and employment opportunities. And critically, we are bringing partners outside of government into the important work of protecting and promoting democracy. The United States is launching a new national action plan on responsible business conduct. This plan sets out more than 40 concrete actions across the U.S. government to help ensure that the companies that we work with are actually upholding human rights. President Biden has made the defense of democracy a core pillar of American diplomacy because safeguarding and accelerating our democratic renewal at home requires that we help shape a world in which democracies can thrive. Shoring up traditional pillars of democracy is more important than ever. But we also need to show that democracy is responsive to our people's needs and can deliver on the issues that matter most in their lives and for their livelihoods, like the climate crisis, which for millions of people is literally an existential threat to their livelihoods today. Inclusive economic growth that protects the dignity of work and strengthens the economic competitiveness of democracies. Social rights like food, healthcare, education, housing. The rights and needs of the vulnerable and historically marginalized, women and girls, people living with disabilities, the LGBTQI+ community, religious and ethnic minorities, young people. Our democracy cannot be for some. It must be for all. That's why we're investing in new Summit for Democracy initiatives like the Youth Democracy Network to connect young democratic leaders across our countries. We need to be informed and animated by their needs, by their aspirations, and act on them if we want rising generations to support democratic societies. Revitalizing democracy will also require us to shape a technological future that's inclusive, that's rights-respecting, directed at driving progress in people's lives. As authoritarian and repressive regimes deploy technologies to undermine democracy and human rights, we need to ensure that technology sustains and supports democratic values and norms. A little bit later this morning, we'll have an opportunity to talk about ways to make sure that our technological progress, specifically artificial intelligence and digital tools, actually spur democratic renewal and do not undermine it. President Biden often says, democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to renew it constantly. And we have to confront our own shortcomings transparently, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's painful. We do so secure in the knowledge that democracy is a shared aspiration for people around the world, and that demand for representative democracy remains strong. Safeguarding our democracies is a collective effort, one that depends on our governments and on our people working together. All people, all nations, all sectors have contributions to make, and none of us has a monopoly on ideas, never mind good ideas. And that's in a way the power of the Summit for Democracy. The ability to actually share and scale solutions, to catalyze collective action, to shift norms. In doing that, we continue to earn the confidence of our people and the confidence of the world in our democratic model. So, to everyone here, thank you. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your leadership each and every day by each and every country here. And looking around this room, hearing the commitments from so many partners, I remain more than optimistic that we will meet the challenge of this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. The primary focus of the Third Summit for Democracy is to foster democracy for future generations. We have with us hundreds of delegates, including government officials and representatives from international organizations, academia, and civil society. In the turbulent world we live in today, it is without doubt that combining our collective experiences and insights would greatly benefit efforts to preserve and foster democracy for future generations. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, as he delivers his welcoming remarks. Please welcome President Yoon with a big round of applause.
Ministers, distinguished guests from home and abroad, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished participants. Thank you for joining us at the Ministerial Conference of the Third Summit for Democracy. It is a great pleasure to join you at this gathering of government representatives from countries that share universal values, along with individuals from across societies who have dedicated themselves for the advancement of democracy. It is no coincidence that you, the guardians of democracy from across the globe, are gathered here in Seoul to discuss democracy for future generations. Just 70 years ago, Seoul was devastated by an invasion from communist totalitarian forces. South Korea has risen from the ashes and continued to advance democracy based on a firm belief in the universal values of freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. The freedom and peace that democracy has brought has allowed creativity and innovation to flourish, leading to the prosperity and affluence Korea enjoys today. Through this year's Summit for Democracy, we look forward to sharing Korea's experience in advancing democracy and discussing ways to work together in solidarity and cooperation for an even better democracy in the future. Distinguished guests, the ultimate role of nations and governments is to make the world a better place. To this end, politics and governments must consider what to prepare for future generations and the role we should play for them. The younger generation are able to see the world with unbiased and just eyes and can best represent the diverse needs of our society for the future. They should be our partners in national affairs, and we should strive to ensure that their voices are reflected in all aspects of national affairs. We need to empower the younger generation to innovate and expand opportunities for them to take on bigger goals. A vibrant democracy that fosters freedom and creativity of individuals will be a catalyst for expanding the capacity of and opportunities for the younger generation. By doing so, our future generations will have a stronger belief in democracy. Distinguished participants, another point I would like to discuss is the correlation between new digital technologies and democracy. The theme of today's ministerial, AI and digital technology, leads us to think about how digital technologies are like double-edged swords adding convenience to our lives, but also creating a crisis for democracy. Innovations in AI and digital technologies have transcended the constraints of time and space, making the imagination that humans have only dreamt of come to life. On the other hand, fake news and misinformation and disinformation utilizing AI and digital technologies not only violate the freedom and human rights of individuals, but also threaten democratic systems. Gaps in digital skills between countries act to widen the economic divide, which in turn widens the democracy gap. Last September, I attended the Digital Vision Forum in New York, where the Digital Bill of Rights was presented as a set of values and principles for a digital society enjoying joint prosperity. It recognizes that digital technologies, including AI, should contribute to expanding human freedom to the fullest possible extent, and that benefits created by digital technologies should be enjoyed by all. The bill also emphasizes that digital technology should not jeopardize the security of individuals and societies. It also stresses that digital transformation should continue for sustainable prosperity and that international community unite to ensure AI and digital technologies contribute to global peace and prosperity. With a stern sense of duty, let us share our experiences and gather our wisdom to ensure that AI and new digital technologies contribute to advancing democracy while safeguarding the security of individuals and societies. Distinguished participants, democracy cannot be safeguarded by the efforts of any one country alone, nor any one person. I sincerely look forward to the Third Summit for Democracy to serve as a platform for solidarity to realize democracy for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, President Yoon. President Yoon will now be leaving us shortly to attend to pressing national matters. We ask that everyone else in the meeting stay in their seats as he exits. for your cooperation. We will now start our ministerial conference. To open our ministerial conference, we have prepared a special video announcing a new and impactful initiative, the Peace, Justice, and Inclusive Society Startup Competition. It is in partnership with the Extreme Tech Challenge and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. The Korean government will launch a tech challenge for startups around the world with tech solutions addressing Sustainable Development Goal number 16. If you could turn your attention to the screen.
The Government of the Republic of Korea, in partnership with Extreme Tech Challenge and the United Nations Development Program, invites tech startups from around the world to apply to a groundbreaking initiative, the Peace, Justice and Inclusive Society Tech Competition. Extreme Tech Challenge is the world's largest startup innovation ecosystem. XTC identifies market-leading startups aligned with UN Sustainable Development Goals that can impact the world in a big way and provide the rocket fuel to help them scale faster. This startup competition is aligned with SDG 16, which aims to promote peaceful, just and inclusive societies. We are looking for innovations that safeguard institutions, enhance information accessibility, uphold AI ethics, ensure data protection and integrity, and promote access and equity. Startups from any country with tech solutions addressing SDG 16 are welcome to apply. The top 5 startups that advance to the finals will receive recognition, global visibility, an opportunity to pitch at a premier UN event, and access to VCs for networking, mentorship, and potential funding. These 5 finalists will live pitch on stage in a finale event.
Today, many actors with the resources and technology share a passion for contributing to the SDGs. We are excited to facilitate these partnerships to ensure a promising future for our youth.
We issue a resounding call to action. Be the change. Innovate for a better world. We extend an open innovation to all stakeholders, entrepreneurs, corporations, and innovators to join us in a pursuit of transformative solutions. Thank you for inviting us this very important journey.
Your tech solution could be the way to unlocking a more equitable world. Be the change and apply today.
Thank you. It looks like a very exciting challenge. I hope that many young startups will be able to participate. In this era of rapid digital transformation, we hope that this initiative stands as a crucial platform where ideas meet opportunities, innovations meet impact, and tech visionaries are connected with influential leaders. Now we go on to hearing the remarks from government representatives attending this ministerial conference. And for that, number one, we would like to invite Her Excellency Maria Gabriela Sommerfeld, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador, onto the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Again, authorities. I'm very pleased to be here. It is a profound honor to address this esteemed assembly at the Third Summit for Democracy, representing Ecuador, a nation committed to the principles of citizen security, freedom of expression, and the reinforcement of genuine democracy. My gratitude goes to Minister Cho Tae-yul of the Republic of Korea for facilitating this platform, where we unite to confront the challenges and opportunities that the digital era presents to democratic governance worldwide. Recent advances in artificial intelligence and digital technologies mark a significant era. These developments promise to reshape our societies, enhance governance, and improve public services. However, as Ecuador's Minister of Foreign Affairs, I face the paradox that these powerful tools, while beneficial, also pose risks to the fabric of our democracies. Ecuador, like other nations, is navigating the challenges of a digitalized society. Our commitments to bolstering citizen security and protecting freedom of expression encounters obstacles from the widespread use of digital platforms. These platforms, despite providing access to information, can also spread misinformation, enable cyber attacks, and foster divisive content, all of which erode public trust, disrupt democratic discourse, and compromise the integrity of our elections. The misuse of artificial intelligence, with its ability to generate convincing false information and impersonate real individuals, presents deep ethical and societal concerns. It challenges our ability to distinguish truth from fiction, fueling political polarization and social unrest. This undermines our pursuit of informed public debate and threatens the transparency and accountability essential for democracy. In facing these challenges, Ecuador's approach is clear. We advocate for global collaborations to harness artificial intelligence and digital technologies' benefit while mitigating their risks. This includes developing international norms and ethical guidelines to ensure these technologies serve the public interest and strengthen democratic values. We also emphasize the importance of digital literacy and education to empower our citizens to critically navigate the digital landscape. Ecuador is committed to educational initiatives that equip our populace with the necessary skills for safe and effective engagement with digital technologies, fostering a resilient and informed citizenry that contributes to a dynamic democratic society. Additionally, we underscore the necessity for robust digital infrastructure that provides equitable technology access to all, addressing the digital divide that threatens to leave vulnerable populations behind. Enhancing connectivity and technological access aims to amplify the voices of all Ecuadorians, reinforcing our democratic institutions through inclusive participation. Ecuador invites international partners, technology companies, and civil society to collaborate in addressing digitalization challenges. By working together, we can devise strategies that not only counteract artificial intelligence and digital technology threats, but also utilize these tools to strengthen democracy, promote social cohesion, and secure the freedoms of our citizens. The role of international cooperation in capacity building is vital. Developed countries, as leading innovators in digital technology, have a crucial role in supporting countries like Ecuador. Their expertise, resources, and willingness to share technology can significantly enhance our digital resilience, governance, and infrastructure. This collective effort is crucial for crafting a balanced digital future where all nations can leverage technological advancements while persevering democratic integrity and progressing towards sustainable development. As we advance, let us embrace AI and digital technologies as agents of positive change, guided by ethical development, inclusivity, and respect for democratic values, Through cooperative dialogue and action, we can chart a course toward a future where technology underpins democratic and societal improvement. Thank you for your attention and dedication to these critical matters. Ecuador is eager to continue these discussions and collaborate with all of you to build a democratic, secure, and prosperous future for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Sommerfeld, for taking the stage again to let us know about the AI and digital policies of Ecuador. Next, we would like to welcome His Excellency Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State of the United States of America, to address us one more time to talk about the U.S. Policy.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And good morning again. Thank you. So I again want to thank President Yoon and Foreign Minister Cho for bringing us together to discuss what is one of the most transformational forces that's shaping our future, our world, our democracies, and that is artificial intelligence. I think it's hard to overstate the extent to which the decisions that we make as governments, as communities, as people, as enterprises, over the coming months and coming years, it's hard to overstate the impact that's going to have on many years and many decades to come when it comes to AI. We have a profound stake in ensuring that democracies can lead the world in AI innovation so that we can in turn lead the world in setting the norms, the standards, the rules by which artificial intelligence is used. That's the most effective way and the necessary way to make sure that we're reaping the technology's extraordinary opportunities, but also protecting people from harm. And you heard Gabriela allude to some of this just a few moments ago. We can see, we can feel the tremendous excitement about AI around the world, and in fact, nowhere more so than in the vast global majority countries. There's a sense that this is a tool, a means by which to genuinely accelerate progress. And we're already seeing some of that. Kenya, for example, has deployed a new AI-enabled bot that enables women and girls to access comprehensive and accurate reproductive health information. Chile developed Tramos, an AI-supported tool that encourages young people to contribute their ideas to foster social change and to advance sustainable development. In Ukraine, an anti-corruption organization and tech companies came together on an AI-enabled system to accurately document attacks on cultural heritage and civilian infrastructure, which is strengthening Ukraine's prosecution of war crimes. We also know that AI has tremendous power to drive development that directly improves people's lives, and in doing so, earn the confidence of our people, people around the world, in our democratic model. But here's the reality. Right now, the world is on track to achieve just 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So we are way behind. But AI could accelerate progress on 80% of the goals, from improving agricultural productivity, to combating hunger, to detecting and preventing outbreaks of disease, to accelerating our clean energy transition that creates jobs and protects our planet at the same time. And as I'm traveling around the world, at least, what I'm hearing again and again and again is optimism about the potential for AI. Democracies are positioned to harness that optimism. But AI is also a critical arena in which democracy is being challenged. So while we seek to harness the power of AI and other digital technologies for good, some governments are abusing those same technologies to do just the opposite. They're using AI tools like facial recognition and bots to surveil their own citizens, harass journalists, human rights defenders, and political dissidents, spread mis- and disinformation that undermines free and fair elections, or sets one segment of our societies against another. Our democracies are hardly immune to the harms from AI misuse and failure, including impacts from the choices that tech companies make in deploying their innovations, from our citizens being able to access fewer and less diverse media sources because of the failures of AI-enabled search engines, to discrimination and bias that disproportionately affect racial and ethnic minorities. The United States is determined to shape the terms of our technological future in a way that's inclusive, rights-respecting, that sustains democratic values and democratic institutions. We've made historic investments in our technological capabilities and those of our democratic partners. At the same time, we're pairing those investments with efforts to lead on the governance of artificial intelligence. Those include an executive order strengthening AI safety and security, privacy protections, and equity and civil rights while promoting innovation. We've also set out an AI risk management framework, a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, a new AI Safety Institute, voluntary commitments endorsed by 15 top tech companies, and an international code of conduct for organizations developing advanced AI systems. We're building broad and inclusive support to uphold safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. Just this week, the United Nations is set to adopt the first ever standalone resolution on AI, focused on ensuring that AI is developed to advance sustainable development and actually deliver progress in people's lives. This resolution is led by the United States. It's now co-sponsored by more than 75 countries. And to those who have not yet joined, we really invite you to do so. This unity reflects a strong global consensus in support of two equally important goals: that AI is safe, secure, and trustworthy, and that its benefits are actually shared by all. We must support governance and capacity building that narrows the digital divide. AI is just one component of our broader democratic approach to technology. We're countering government surveillance and the misuse of spyware. Last year, President Biden issued an executive order prohibiting the use of commercial spyware by the United States government when its use poses security risks to our country or where it could lead to misuse by a foreign actor, including to carry out human rights abuse or to suppress civil liberties. 6 countries just signed on to our joint statement on the proliferation and misuse of commercial spyware. They join a 17-member strong coalition that's collaborating to make sure that spyware is used consistent with respect for universal human rights and for basic freedoms. We're defending human rights defenders online. Today, we're releasing first-of-its-kind guidance to give technology companies the tools to help prevent, mitigate, and seek justice for attacks on human rights defenders online. We're protecting access to a free and open internet. Since 2023, the US government has supported 30 million users of circumvention tools, like VPNs, to get around government internet blackouts each month through the Surge and Sustain Fund for Anti-Censorship Technology. The stakes of this work could not be greater. But again, seeing everyone here today, seeing the work that we'll be doing over the next 3 days, the information we'll be sharing, the best practices we'll be working on together, that again gives me confidence that this is a challenge that we can not only embrace, but that we can succeed in meeting. If we can harness all of the extraordinary potential, all the extraordinary good in AI, while mitigating the downsides, we will advance progress for people in all of our countries and around the world. It's a tremendous responsibility, but we have to meet it in this moment because, again, I'll close with this. This is moving so fast. It's moving so quickly that what is decided now and in the weeks and months ahead is going to shape the future for generations to come. So there's urgency to this effort, and we'll be much more effective, much stronger when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for conveying the urgency of the task we have in hand. Next, we would like to welcome Her Excellency Vera Jourova, Vice President for Values and Transparency of the European Commission.
Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking the Republic of Korea for hosting this third Democratic Summit. This event is taking place during a special year for democracy. And I have to start by mentioning the country in Europe which chose the democratic path. And this desire has been aggressively broken by Russia. I have to start by speaking about Ukraine. Because first, 2024 should mark the victory of democratic Ukraine against the Russian autocratic aggressor. We should all do our best to decisively help Ukraine for as long as it takes and until victory is reached. Because this is about the defense of our democratic values and about our own security. Second comment regarding this year, 2024, is that we all know this is a super election year. More than 50 countries that are home to half of the world's population are due to hold elections this year. In the European Union, we also have elections. Many important elections in our member states, but also the elections to the European Parliament already coming now in June. And we do not want to underestimate preparations for the elections and do everything to guarantee that the elections in the EU will remain free and fair. But we see new threats which tell us that to organize free and fair elections is not business as usual as it used to be, because we see at least three main threats. The first is a very probable appearance of cyber attacks. The second, almost sure, foreign interference and manipulation. And the third, the appearance of disinformation and artificial intelligence being used in the electoral campaigns. We should not be naive about foreign interference and disinformation campaigns, especially of the Kremlin, but also some other foreign actors. And we see how artificial intelligence, including deepfakes, can be used today to amplify disinformation. I call it disinformation on steroids. Any initiatives for international cooperation in this regard are certainly welcomed, and Mr. Blinken just mentioned some of them. In the European Union, we have created quite solid shield against these kinds of threats over the past years, but of course there is no place for complacency. We have adopted key pieces of legislation to make our information space healthier and safer. Let me mention the Digital Services Act, which is a new piece of legislation which obliges the platforms to assess the risks to elections and to mitigate those risks. After years of discussing whether the digital platforms did not grab too much power, we decided to admit that and balance the power of the digital platforms with sufficient level of responsibility. And this is exactly what the Digital Services Act is about. Enforcement is ongoing, and the European Commission is doing a big part of it. The second is the AI Act, which has been recently adopted, which includes very important transparency requirements. In our AI Act, we focus especially on the things where we would like to decrease the level of the risk, not to enable the AI technologies to create new kind of biases, to copy-paste injustice and imperfections from a real world into the AI sphere. Also to stop the trend of digital divide and creation of digital crowd. Everything we do in the EU in this part of our work, especially in the legislation, is that we want to protect every individual, not the crowd, which is easy to manipulate. I think that this was already seen in our GDPR, in the General Data Protection Regulation. We also have the newly adopted Media Freedom Act, which seeks to protect journalists and the independence of the media, because independent media are essential to democracy. They are in the front line to check facts and inform voters. When we speak about the fight against disinformation, we always speak about the desire to have the facts right, not to correct somebody's opinions. This is absolutely key principle which you can see throughout everything we are doing. That's why also you can see it in the Code of Practice Against Disinformation, which is a very broad exercise where we invite not only digital platforms, but also media, civil society organizations, researchers. We want the whole of society approach, where we will see that the facts can be delivered, that the facts exist, and that the facts can be used by our citizens to take free decisions. So less manipulation and more trustworthy information for our citizens. This is our absolutely key principle which we follow. We appreciate the efforts of the digital platforms, for instance, which they showed in Munich conference when they committed to label the deepfakes and or remove deepfakes before elections in the final stage of the campaign. And I also sent very strong pledges to our political actors, to the political parties in the European member states, with a very clear message: could you please refrain and resist the usage of hidden manipulation, deepfakes, and the methods which could deprive our European voters of the autonomous and well-informed choice. This is absolutely important that we all work together. And also on international fora, I will now come back for a while to artificial intelligence saga, because we achieved quite big progress within G7. We have the code of conduct for the technologists, the list of principles which should be respected by all the actors. The European Union also was present through my participation in the conference in Bletchley in United Kingdom, where also China was invited, because when we speak about security of AI, this is, ladies and gentlemen, a global issue. This is not the issue for one country or for one continent. That's why I think especially AI security is a very important task for all of us who have influence in the world. In democracy, the most cherished currency is trust. You might agree with me. Trust which is undermined by disinformation and other attacks against the integrity of elections. We all have to do more, public and private actors, to restore trust and protect elections. And as some of the speakers before me said, protecting democracy is everyday work. This is not something as a luxurious thing to be done every other day. Every day, and strong intensity, because our democratic system is now under historically strong stress test. Thank you very much.
Thank you for pointing out EU's digital policies, especially in this year of the elections. Next, we have His Excellency Tit Risalo, the Minister of Economic Affairs and Information Technology of Estonia. His Excellency.
Tere hommikust! Your Excellencies, dear friends, I come from Estonia. From a cold and faraway place somewhere near the end of the world. And if we look at the history of Estonia, we have been living in the same place, the archaeology tells us, approximately 5,000 years. We don't exactly know what happened the first 4,000 years, but we are pretty sure about what happened during the last 1,000. And during this last 1,000 years, we have managed to be independent a mere 50 years. So the last period after 1991, when Soviet Union fell apart. And so with these last 30 years, we came from nothing. We didn't have anything. We had a devastated economy. We didn't have major natural resources, and actually no capital also. But now, today in 2024, we're a proud member of the global community. We are in top 10 list in a lot of criteria. And if you look or start to analyze what is the main pillar of this success, the conclusion is that it is democracy. Only democracy has enabled us to make this, huge leap forward. So, but how can we advance this vital instrument? Last OECD Global Trust Survey asks, what are drivers of trust in society? And overwhelmingly, the answer is, globally, that people are satisfied with if people are satisfied with public services, they trust governments. And only after that, other components come. For example, the fairness of elections or capacity to tackle pandemics is not that important for our societies, although they are important, of course. So what is the conclusion? For democracy to thrive, we need to build trusted public services. And as we have demonstrated in Estonia, this is possible, in spite of having limited resources available. Here, digitalization is a great equalizer to narrow the digital divide. And the technological progress is not stopping. Scientists and engineers have created new wonderful tools for us to use. New interfaces between the man and the machine, called AI or LLM, that give us new powerful tools to put information and data into service of mankind if we do it right. We in Estonia are ready to embark to this fantastic journey into a new brave world, into personalized states that empower our citizens for self-fulfillment, whatever their dreams are. As a matter of fact, we have started already. Some years ago, more than 100 AI-based solutions are up and running in the Estonian public sector. But to succeed in this globalized world, we need good traveling companions to create trusted connectivity. So let's join our forces and knowledge for the sake of democracy and peace. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing us to Estonia's relationship with democracy. Next, we have the Honorable Dr. Mamadou Tangara, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians Abroad of Gambia. Dr. Tangara, could we invite you onto the stage?
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants, it is with immense pleasure that I express my sincere gratitude to my dear friend and colleague, His Excellency Mr. Cho Tae-yul, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and the government of the people of the Republic of Korea for the hospitality accorded to my delegation and for the opportunity to participate in this very important meeting with a view to sharing perspectives that will contribute to our collective efforts in not only addressing threats of artificial intelligence to democratic processes, but also to exchange views that recognize digital rights while preserving our shared norms and values of democracy. Excellencies, distinguished participants, adapting to new technologies present risk and menaces coming from malign actors that have access to sophisticated platforms to propagate information detrimental to our already consolidated democratic gains and growth. These increasing threats of malicious information spreading through poorly regulated platforms have generated profound discord amongst different communities. We continue to contribute to the erosion of positive public perception of the existing democratic institutions. The Gambia supports the strengthening of common positions in addressing complex challenges of new technologies,
In its capacity as the chair of the African Union Peace and Security Council, in August 2022, the Gambia chaired a session on emerging technologies and new media, impact on democratic governance, peace, and security in Africa. Under the leadership of the Gambia, the PSC called for concerted efforts with the private sector actors to mitigate the threats posed by new technologies on democracy, peace, and security, and to ensure that Africa is not left behind in the fourth industrial revolution. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this meeting that brings together experts and policymakers from diverse walks of life, academia, the private sector, government, and international organizations offers a unique opportunity for an all-inclusive and respectful outcome aimed at guiding best practices for the future application of AI and democratic principles. In recognizing our collective interest in the fast-growing world of AI digital technology and the much-needed protection for democracy, calls for cooperation and collaboration among states and states' public and private institutions in order to avoid menaces that are determined to undermine the security of our democratic processes. To achieve cooperation and collaboration as a developing state with less sophisticated infrastructure, capacity, and resource required to collectively fight to end all AI menaces to democracy and respecting the rights of all, we suggest the following 4 important points that developed states must consider with readiness to join efforts with developing countries. 1, build strong public AI digital infrastructure that is resilient to counterbalance corporate AI digital infrastructure, as well as stronger democratic institutions to serve as oversight bodies to all AI digital infrastructures. 2, build a digital economy for the developing states to fulfill the promise of leaving no one behind. 3, build networks for continued cooperation and collaboration between states, public democratic institutions, and private institutions cooperation specialized in developing AI. 4, provide the requisite capacity training for developing states to resist the persistent AI existential menace to democratic processes around the world. And 5, share data in order to deter threats as well as effectively manage and strengthen democratic institutions to better monitor and regulate corporate AI. To conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to renew my sincere gratitude to Minister Cho Tae-yul and the government of the Republic of Korea for your leadership in our collective efforts to build better cooperation and collaboration between states and relevant public and private institutions with a view to respecting and protecting all rights. It will be remiss of me to leave this stage without expressing and conveying the gratitude of the people of the Gambia for the crucial role that you play in New York as chair of the Peace Building Commission to make sure that the verdict of the people stands in our 2016 elections and make sure that we manage and fulfill the aspiration of our people. We are forever grateful for the support of the people of Korea, of the government, and yourself, Minister Cho. You can count on the Gambia committed partnership as we look forward to an initiative that is solution-driven to counter digital threats to democratic processes, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies while respecting and promoting rights for innovation as well as upholding online freedom. Thank you.
Thank you for outlining some of the policies needed to address some of the digital technology challenges faced by Gambia. Next, we'll have the Honorable Hugh Hilton Todd, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana.
Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at the nexus of technological advancement and democratic governance, it becomes critical to contemplate the ramifications of artificial intelligence and digital technology on our democratic societies. AI exerts profound influence on democracies, offering both challenges and opportunities, particularly for small states like Guyana. AI is a critical subject that can represent an enormous threat to our security apparatus, thus advocating for the careful navigation of this landscape and fostering collaboration are paramount. Guyana recognizes the transformative potential of AI and digital technology in enhancing efficacy and efficiency of our democratic institutions. However, we are equally cognizant of the risks and the pitfalls associated with its rapid proliferation. Small states, in particular, face significant threats to their security apparatus due to the capabilities of AI. We observed AI-powered algorithms being exploited to spread misinformation, sway public opinion, and undermine the integrity of democracy. Moreover, the utilization of AI for surveillance raises concerns about privacy and civil liberties within democratic nations. The integration of AI into governmental decision-making processes also poses challenges related to accountability, transparency, and the potential for bias in automated decision-making. We reflect on Mayhem and Kaplan, two professors, in their 2019 article entitled Artificial Intelligence, Risks to Privacy and Democracy, posited that perhaps the biggest social cost of the new technological era of AI is the erosion of trust in and control over democratic institutions. They went on to say, as more and more public functions are privatized, the scope for constitutional rights diminishes. Further, relegating these functions to artificial intelligence allows for hidden decision-making, immune from public scrutiny and control. I briefly turn to Professor Wanhier, the chair of political science, University of Bamberg, Germany, in his article entitled Artificial Intelligence and Democracy, a Conceptual Framework, 2023, where he outlined 4 priority areas. 1, at the individual level, AI impacts the conditions of self-rule and people's opportunities exercise same. 2, at the group level, AI impacts equality of rights among different groups of people in society. At the 3rd level, he argued that at the institutional level, AI impacts perception of elections as a fair and open mechanism for channeling and managing political conflict. And 4thly, at the systems level, AI impacts competition between democratic and autocratic systems of government. In 2023, the AI readiness, that is how capable nation states are in treating with AI, 193 governments were assessed by Oxford Insights. This index considers 3 pillars: government, technology sector, and data and infrastructure, comprising 39 indicators across 10 dimensions. Latin America and the Caribbean is ranked 6 out of the 9 regions assessed, with an average of 41.5 out of 100. That's the score for the region. With the best performing country being that of Brazil, with a score of 63.7. The worst being Haiti with a score of 21.97. Guyana scored 36.85. So if you look at Guyana as a small state with inherent vulnerabilities like all small states, we still have some ways to go in being able to build capacity to be able to treat with the rapid advancement of AI. In general, the Oxford Insights team thought that the region appeared to be lagging in innovation, capacity dimension of technology dimension. In my own country, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, has stated that artificial intelligence and digitalization are critical to competitiveness and sustainability. Therefore, in that regard, my government is working to create a legislative environment to manage AI and digitization. Equally, our national university, the University of Guyana, has also drafted an artificial intelligence education policy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, modern democracies span industrialized economies, emerging economies, and developing economies. Within the strata of developing economies, you have small states, and in some cases you have microstates. The challenge that we face going forward in preserving democracy, freedoms, the right to choose, the credibility of elections, are all placed at the feet of all like-minded democratic nations. This is not only about self-interest. This speaks to global governance. And as democracies, we will have to come together, united, to ensure that we can confront not only the challenges, but united as one to take full advantage of the opportunities presented by artificial intelligence so that we can speak to the preservation not only of our democracies, but the preservation of humanity. I thank you.
Thank you for pointing out the AI challenges of a small democracy such as Guyana. Now we go to the opposite side of the spectrum in terms of hearing from one of the biggest democracies in the world, Indonesia. We'd like to invite Her Excellency Retno LP Malsudi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, onto the podium. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me start by conveying a happy and blessed Ramadan to Muslims all over the world. It is very unfortunate that those living in Gaza remain to suffer severely even during this holy month of Ramadan. A ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian assistance are very important and needs your support. Minister Cho, colleagues, all of us here do believe in democracy. All of us here also realize that democracy is facing many challenges, but do not give up. Instead, let us make it better. Let us make democracy delivers for the people, as the interest of the people is always at the very center of democracy, and we all have the responsibility to prevent a failed democracy. Colleagues, both democracy and digital technology is transformative, both change the way we make important decisions, especially effort to enhance inclusivity. Rather than being a threat toward democracy, AI should enhance democracy in its modern application. 3 important steps to ensure this goal. First, promoting a democratic global digital governance. Transformative technologies such as AI must be navigated by and for the interests of the many. The path toward global digital governance must be free, open, secure, unfragmented, and inclusive. And Indonesia have introduced regulation on AI ethics both at national level as well as within ASEAN level. Second, closing the global digital divide. Technologies such as AI must be treated as global public goods. However, there is no one-size-fits-all. While upholding human rights, countries must also be able to get easy, fair, and equitable digital access. And the voice of the developing countries, developing world, must become an essential part in the ensemble of global digital development. And Indonesia actively takes part in global digital compact negotiation and other avenues in the UN and international forum. And third, this is very important to ensure collective risk management or risk mitigation. AI can be a double-edged sword. I think the previous speaker also mentioned about it. While AI is a tool for democracy, could be used as a tool of democracy, it can also be a tool for manipulation and disinformation. So therefore, we must join hands to nurture digital literacy as well as innovation against fake, manipulated news and misuses of AI, including encountering cyber attacks. Colleagues, the nexus between democracy and technology should only be a force for good. I would like to repeat it. Should only be a force for good. And it is our job to ensure this goal. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for pointing out some of the aspects of the digital global governance that we are seeking. Next, we will be hearing from the Honorable Manish Gobin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of Mauritius. Minister, invite you onto the stage.
Thank you, Madam Director. Very good morning to all of you. It is an immense honor for me to participate in the third Summit for Democracy hosted by the Government of the Republic of Korea. And I would like to start to express thanks to the Government of Korea for the warm welcome and the generous hospitality extended to me and to my delegation. I would also like to express thanks to the co-hosts, namely Ecuador, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America for organizing this third Summit on Democracy. Excellencies, the theme of our meeting is of utmost relevance, given that the forceful emergence of artificial intelligence within our societies and at the forefront of the international agenda. We should reckon with artificial intelligence as a force which has the potential to transform our societies, both in positive or in a negative way. AI has, on the one hand, the potential to promote prosperity, bridge existing divides, and mitigate effects of climate change. It can also pose an existential threat to developing countries, and in particular, small island developing states like Mauritius. AI is the latest instrument with the potential to bring promises of prosperity to those living in the margins, but on the other hand, can have negative impacts on our societies. For the purposes of my remarks today, I will limit myself to the political field. It is a matter of fact that AI has gained pervasive presence in our societies. Its increasing dominance cannot and should not be underestimated. AI is present in multiple aspects of the political spectrum. The use of AI can both protect and repress citizens. It can strengthen, yet pervert democracy. It is alarming that social media platforms have a pervasive influence, as well as positive influence, depending on the use being made of social media platforms. 2024 is indeed an election year in more than 70 countries. It will be remembered as an election year. We might even call it Super 2024. It is therefore important to observe the role of generative artificial intelligence tools in this special 2024 election year. We can easily imagine the devastating effects on elections by the use of generative AI tools. In fact, it poses an existential threat to the very foundations of our democracy. If we look at election as being a decision-making process, the decision-making process of people, and if we look at the very principle of fairness of election, as we regularly say, free and fair elections, if we have to insist on the fairness of an election, we should keep in check the use of artificial intelligence on the influence of the fairness of an election, because AI can be used to influence through misinformation or disinformation that decision-making process of people on a particular day, namely on the day of elections. Excellencies, we should recognize digital technology and artificial intelligence has influence on people, both at individual level, but also at group level. And therefore, we call for the international community to reinforce its efforts to come up with a new global architecture in the domain of artificial intelligence. The journey towards achieving this collective momentum involves the harmonization of international laws, regulations, and best practices. We support the AI Bill of Rights pledged by big tech companies in the United States to adopt shared standards for AI safety. With the developed countries leading on policy discussions and strategies, we support different initiatives by the G7 and the OECD, as well as the European Union for shared norms on AI governance, as well as the initiative of UNESCO on the ethics of AI. In the same vein, we look forward to working together with the African Union in furthering the objectives of the African Union Continental Strategy on Artificial Intelligence. At the domestic level, Mauritius adopted its AI strategy in 2018 for the emergence of a local ecosystem to foster innovation. For the 2023 Oxford Insights on AI Readiness, Mauritius leads the African region, followed by South Africa, Rwanda, Senegal, and Benin. Excellencies, through its proper application, we believe artificial intelligence can undoubtedly pave the way for the betterment of good governance in the spirit of strong democratic values. Mauritius, thus, aligns itself to innovative legislation, including the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation for Privacy Standards, and the ITU Connect 2030 Agenda for Digital Inclusion. Mauritius, furthermore, looks forward to the establishment of consortiums for digital standards and the launching of inclusive digital literacy programs. Mauritius also attaches utmost importance to international regulatory harmonization and best practices in digital services to foster international cooperation in various fields such as e-commerce and open government partnership. Mauritius is convinced that the future of good governance lies not only in the midst of digital technologies and artificial intelligence, but most importantly, in the sound and ethical application of those technologies to prevent misuse, distortion of data, and disinformation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Minister, for pointing out the AI challenges facing Mauritius and calls for the collective moves to address these challenges. Next, we'll be hearing from His Excellency Atlan Niam Osor, the Minister of Digital Development and Communication of Mongolia. Minister?
Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable ministers, excellencies, I would like to express my appreciation to Mr. Cho Tae-yul, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for organizing the third summit for democracy in your beautiful country. It's my great pleasure and honor to address such distinguished guests today. I'm proudly representing my country, once praised as an oasis of democracy by then U.S. Secretary of State, His Excellency John Kerry. We are living in a digital era where digital technology and AI have already become integral components of our daily lives, profoundly intertwining with our work efficiency and productivity. The governments around the world have been embracing digital technology to keep up to date with innovative trends that are blurring the gap between the physical and digital world, creating new opportunities for development. This emerging digital development has also had a profound impact on democratic systems, creating new phases of democratic practice and strengthening people's belief in democracy. Mongolia, too, has prioritized digital technology as one of the main tools to strengthen democracy and aims to intensify its digital transition and become a digital nation with technology-based, citizen-centered public service, ensuring human rights, justice, and eliminating corruption. In pursuit of this goal, we have placed particular emphasis on intensifying e-development, establishing the necessary urban infrastructure, and enhancing internet accessibility, and creating favorable legal environment for advancing digital transition and building a digital inclusive society. In 2021, Mongolia has adopted a set of laws to support transparency of public information, protection of personal information, and use of digital signatures and the cybersecurity as well. The development of the e-Mongolia digital platform for public service and the digitization of more than 1,100 services from 86 government organizations stands as a tangible outcome of digital transition, providing support to entrepreneurs and citizens. Today, over 80% of the country's adult population is getting public service through that integrated platform. In intensifying the digital transition, Mongolia places specific emphasis on supporting the private sector, entrepreneurs, and wealth creators. The digital platforms named e-business and Mongolia are the result of our efforts directed towards improving the business environment, simplifying the government service, reducing bureaucracy, and saving time. Excellency, the ministers and distinguished delegates, today I would like to share one of our best practices where technology promotes inclusivity and social integration, especially involvement of the younger generation. The government of Mongolia launched the very first integrated transparency platform based on artificial intelligence, the named GLASS, to build smart, digital and open governance without bureaucracy and free of corruption. The platform enabled information on capital expenditure, performance and funded projects, special funds of the government. The platform has been accessed more than 13 million times and has raised several nationwide discussions, particularly on the expenditure of the government funds. The following strong public criticism, around 92 million Mongolian currency, which equals to over 27 million USD of the loans, was paid back. And this is a clear example of Mongolian people using technological advancement to have their voice meaningfully reflected. We are proud that the Mongolian government's efforts and achievements towards building a digital society have been appraised globally. We have moved up by 18 positions on the UN e-Government Development Index. They received honorable mention from the Open Government Partnership. And finally, we received the prestigious award, Global Government Excellence Award from the World Government Summit in Dubai last month. Excellencies, the Mongolia, as a country aspiring to become a digital nation, cannot leave behind the emerging development of space research and space technology. The preparations have already been started to build the very first national satellite by the year of 2027. Also, the SpaceX launched the Starlink service in Mongolia after 2 years of preparation, marking a major milestone in our digital transformation effort. The government of Mongolia is developing draft law on supporting IT industry through various tailored policy instruments such as AI and Space Industry Sandbox, and aiming to present it to the Parliament of Mongolia this spring session. We are also looking into how we can best leverage big data and AI capabilities for better policy making and better decision making at the state level. As we embrace the transformative potential of artificial intelligence, the AI legislative of EU is a landmark move that is setting a precedence for many countries like Mongolia. Their approach to AI emphasizes the importance of trustworthiness, ethical standards, and the protection of fundamental rights. As we design our AI policy environment aimed at fostering innovation while ensuring the technology serves the public good, adheres to strict data protection standards, and upholds the rights to privacy, non-discrimination. I hereby convey our desire to cooperate with all of you to create an environment where technology advances democracy, enhances transparency in decision-making, and promotes an inclusive society where everyone has a voice. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, for introducing Mongolia's example of harnessing digital technology to advance democracy. Next, we will hear from Her Excellency Ana Komoana, the Minister of State Administration and Public Service of Mozambique. Minister, could we invite you onto the stage? Why don't we welcome with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. His Excellency Cho Tae-yol, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, honorable ministers, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Mozambique, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the invitation to participate in this important meeting on artificial intelligence and democracy. And we also thank you for the warmest hospitality accorded to my delegation since our arrival in Korea, particularly in this beautiful city of Seoul. We express our appreciation and congratulate the government of the Republic of Korea and its partners for the initiative to host this ministerial meeting, as it provides an opportunity for us to reflect on the need to share views on using artificial intelligence for the harmonious political, economic, and social development of our countries. In fact, artificial intelligence is a powerful technological tool that has the potential to transform every aspect of life, human life. So, as a country, our expectation is to continue sharing experience and establish important partnerships in technology-based diversity solutions, particularly at the application level, so that we can contribute to the maintenance and consolidation of a democracy that is socially inclusive. We also intend to explore the artificial intelligence in strengthening and consolidating cybersecurity in order to protect network database against increasingly and sophisticated threats, as well as detecting and, if possible, neutralizing them on real time. Excellencies, faced with the opportunities and the threats that the use of artificial intelligence represents, the Republic of Mozambique understands that it is essential as member of the United Nations to adopt a balanced approach which translates into the following aspects. First, relevant regulations and adequate legislation should be implemented to protect privacy and data security, ensuring that all relevant actors use artificial intelligence ethically and responsibly. Second, prioritization of investment in strong democracy, institution and infrastructure, in requalification and education programs to prepare the workforce for the changes brought about the artificial intelligence, avoiding massive dismissals and offering a labor market alternative in the digital domain. And last but not least, the promotion of a global digital pact through the sharing of technological knowledge between the most advanced countries and those in the embryonic phase, ensuring collaboration between experts in artificial intelligence, governments, companies, and civil society to mitigate risks of misuse. In conclusion, we acknowledge that the advent of artificial intelligence marks a significant milestone in human history. However, the development of legislation and regulations that promote its ethical and responsible use is crucial to balance the benefits with the necessary safeguards for an innovative and inclusive future for all. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for letting us know Mozambique's AI policies to enhance the positive effects of AI. Next, we would be welcoming the Honorable Brooke Van Belden, the Minister of Internal Affairs of New Zealand. Minister?
Kia ora. Annyeonghaseyo. Good afternoon. Minister Cho, ministers, and other distinguished attendees, greetings to all. On behalf of the Government of New Zealand, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Republic of Korea for hosting this third Summit for Democracy. Democratic values and freedoms are central to New Zealand's identity as a nation. We regard this summit as an important initiative to advance collective action, particularly as new and emerging digital technologies continue to evolve and shape our world at an unrelenting pace. AI, particularly generative AI, has taken the world by storm, with a market expected to grow to US $1.3 trillion over the next 10 years. The technology presents significant opportunities to boost innovation, enhance productivity, improve public sector performance, and support greater prosperity for everyone. However, AI technologies will also amplify existing threats and present new serious risks across economic, social, security, and public service domains. AI tools could be used to undermine democracy, to interfere with democratic representation, challenge accountability, and corrode social and political trust. For example, AI tools can enable the creation of false or misleading content that appears credible, at scale and low cost. Targeted to specific groups, this can be used to undermine human rights, create dissent, and fuel polarization. We want countries to be able to maximize the benefits of AI while protecting against its potential harms. Our challenge is to work together to build an international environment where we can realize this. That work continues today. I would like to thank our hosts for bringing us together in support of democracy and democratic governance in the digital age. New Zealand remains committed to supporting democratic institutions and to working with our partners to advance our common interests in an ever-changing world. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Minister, for introducing us to New Zealand's efforts to maximize the positive effects of AI. Next, we'll be inviting His Excellency Yvonne John E. Wee, the Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology from the Philippines.
Minister Cho, our host for the third Summit for Democracy, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, fellow champions of democracy, ladies and gentlemen, Annyeonghaseyo. The Philippines is honored to be joining everyone today at this pivotal gathering of government leaders who share the vision of a future where we are able to embody good governance and efficient public services through the responsible use of artificial intelligence. As a member of the Bletchley Declaration, the Philippine government recognizes that AI could have a significant impact in the lives of its citizens, increase the productivity of enterprises, and enhance the competitiveness of the country's economy. However, these advancements in technology also present opportunities and challenges to world democracies. AI can be the leveling force that strengthens democracy by improving election administration, simplifying campaigns and voter education, lowering financial barriers to underfunded candidates, and tracking harmful and hate speech. However, it could also be the force that tips the electoral scales towards interference, creating very consequential outcomes. AI can weaken our democratic fabric and electoral integrity by fueling polarization through its remarkable capability of synthesizing vast amounts of data only to disseminate misinformation or disinformation. The leaders' discourse in the Summit for Democracy has consistently underscored that for a democracy to be able to innovate and forge through the future, we must align emerging technologies such as AI with human values, ethics, and principles. As such, allow me to share some gains in the Philippines under this sphere. We have crafted the Philippine National AI Strategy that seeks to enhance the existing skill sets of Filipino talents in AI in order to harness its great potential while keeping in mind the threats posed by those who seek to misuse it. Minimizing the disruptive effects of the AI revolution and maximizing its potential is imperative given also our upcoming 2025 midterm elections, which, by the way, we have recently awarded a contract to a South Korean company to provide our automated elections for next year. The Marcos administration's flagship infrastructure program, our Build Better More program, includes projects for digital infrastructure. And our Broadband ng Masa program helps 86 million internet users in the country access news and information and prepare for emerging digital technologies such as artificial intelligence. The Connectivity program addresses even the unserved or underserved areas across our more than 7,000 islands. As an archipelago, our islands are divided by large bodies of water, and we construct bridges and ports to connect them. Today, we are constructing digital bridges to connect all corners of our archipelago as we address the digital divide created by emerging technologies. For democracy to thrive, we need to ensure that the voices of every citizen can be heard, and this requires access to information, resources, and opportunities presented by all these technologies. We have likewise launched our AI-powered eGov super app that integrates various government services into a single sign-on platform, which reflects a paradigm shift in the delivery of public services. Instead of the citizens falling in line to access various disconnected government agencies operating in silos, the system delivers instead these services to the people in their homes, in their offices, and anywhere they may be, resulting in a 24/7 government, a government that does not sleep, a government that does not take a vacation. The Philippines stands ready to work cooperatively on security and the safe and responsible use of critical and emerging technologies with countries that share universal values of freedom, human rights, and the rule of law, like those who are present here today. In conclusion, the Philippines remains steadfast in our long-held championing of peace, democracy, justice, and prosperity, buoyed by our commitment to responding resiliently to the emerging challenges and opportunities in the global arena. Once more, our sincere thanks to the Republic of Korea for hosting this ministerial event. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Secretary Wee, for introducing us to the Philippines' AI National Strategy. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Carl Oskar Bolin, Minister for Civil Defense of Sweden, onto the stage.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants. First of all, let also me thank our host, Republic of Korea, for organizing this third Summit for Democracy. This forum is highly needed against the background of the numerous challenges that is facing all our democracies. The control and development of new technology has geopolitical dimensions and affects national and global security. We know authoritarian regimes use foreign information manipulation and interference, including disinformation, to destabilize our democratic societies. We need to proactively tackle this challenge, and I would like to highlight some ideas as well as some concrete measures that Sweden has taken in this regard. Disinformation thrives on uncertainty. It is essential that we are loud and clear in our messages. We must repeat, reiterate, and explain the values and policies that we stand for. We believe that proactive strategic communication is one of the most effective ways to build resilience against foreign information manipulation and interference. The Swedish Psychological Defense Agency was established in 2022 and has since then been dedicated to counter disinformation and strengthen the population's ability to detect and resist foreign malign information, influence, and disinformation. In December of 2023, the Swedish government appointed an AI commission with the purpose to enhance Sweden's capabilities in AI. The AI Commission will put forward proposals on how to promote a competitive, secure, and ethical AI development and use of AI in Sweden. How to reap the benefits of emerging technologies is a top priority for our government. At the EU level, new legislation has been implemented and more is coming to address issues related to malicious use of new technologies. This includes the EU AI Act that will address the most common risks associated with AI, as well as the EU Digital Service Act that addresses the responsibilities of online platforms regarding disinformation. New technologies enable us to communicate, to access information, and to engage in democratic processes. An open and enlightened global conversation on how we can harness new technologies for the benefit of everyone is needed, while mitigating the risks. Our aim must be to ensure that digital technologies work for the promotion of human rights, freedom, and democracy, not against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we would like to invite Canada's Special Envoy for Indo-Pacific, His Excellency ENG McKay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Canada would like to thank Korea and the co-chairs for the invitation to participate in this very important forum. For Canada, democracy in the digital age begins with digital inclusion. Digital technologies offer many opportunities for global good. This includes building safe and responsible applications of big data and AI that can augment public and private service delivery in education, healthcare, climate change mitigation, and many other areas. Since the last summit, Canada has been developing the Global Index on Responsible AI. This initiative aims to equip governments, civil society, and stakeholders with the critical evidence needed to support the responsible deployment of AI in over 100 countries. Through Canada's International Development Research Centre, we are working with partners in the Global South and elsewhere to build capacity and leverage AI tools in support of development, including the empowerment of women and girls. The ongoing misuse of digital technologies for repressive and authoritarian purposes, combined with the irresponsible use of AI-generated media, make it increasingly difficult for people to trust the information they find online. Governments have an important role to play here. We must proactively build citizen resilience to these threats by strengthening democratic institutions and investing in civic awareness and education. We must reinforce citizens' trust in their governments. This is of utmost importance in 2024, where over half of the world's population will exercise their civil and political rights against the backdrop of an AI-enabled online information ecosystem. This impacts us all, and we must ensure that all countries to be meaningfully included in these discussions. Canada continues to champion multi-stakeholder involvement through the Freedom Online Coalition and through the Global Partnership on AI. The Global Declaration on Information Integrity Online is our contribution to protecting and promoting a healthy information ecosystem. Launched in September, the Declaration aims to establish a set of high-level international commitments by participating states to protect and promote information integrity online. To date, 34 countries have endorsed this declaration, and of course we welcome additional signatories who are committed to building a reliable, safe, and diverse information ecosystem. I'll conclude by echoing the recent United Nations High-Level Authority Body on AI interim report, which said, AI should be governed inclusively in the public interest and rooted in respect for international human rights law. Democracy is playing out as much online as it is at the ballot box. Canada remains committed to protecting and defending the democratic principles that we all hold so dear. Thank you very much.
Thank you for introducing us to Canada's commitments. I've been told that we are running very late today, and you have lunch and a full afternoon roundtable waiting for us. So we kindly remind our remaining delegates to stick to a 3-minute maximum for your remarks so that hunger does not prevent us from absorbing the wisdom that you are departing upon us. So with that, we would like to invite His Excellency Rajakumar Ranjan Singh, the Minister of State for External Affairs of India, up onto the podium.
Namaste, Excellencies, friends, and colleagues. It gives me immense pleasure to be here in Seoul on behalf of the Government of India for the third edition of the Summit for Democracy and speak on this very important topic of AI, digital technology, and inclusive society. Excellency, as we intensify our integration into the digitalized world, we need to ensure that digitalization is truly inclusive, does not discriminate, and is environmentally sustainable. For digital technology, the new and emerging technologies such as AI to be transformative and human-centered, catalyzing efforts are needed across sectors and geography to develop inclusive, equitable, and gender-responsive technologies and services. The concept of digital inclusion must therefore go beyond basic access and also discuss the structural barriers for connecting as well as the threats and risks that opening online poses. The unequal opportunity to access online platforms and services can deepen inequalities, and the benefits of accessing online are not always equitably distributed. Meaningful access is vital for social, political, and economic empowerment, and therefore, narrowing digital divides needs to go beyond simply reaching basic internet connectivity. To embrace new technology and fully utilize them, people need to see them as inclusive, useful, and trustworthy. Promoting digital inclusion needs to be multi-stakeholders, whole-of-society efforts based on evidence and disaggregated data. Excellencies, digital technology has democratized information access, enabling citizens to stay informed and engaged in the democratic process. Social media platform, online forum, and digital news outlets provide deserved perspective, allowing citizens to be active participants in public discourse. This inclusivity empowers marginalized voice and facilitate a more informed electorate. Democracy are increasingly adopting digital technology and AI application in governance to enhance effective service delivery. AI-driven system can streamline administrative processes, reduce bureaucracy, and provide citizens with more accessible and responsive public services. Natural language processing and speech recognition technology can facilitate multilingual support, ensuring that citizens with different linguistic backgrounds can engage with government information and services effectively. Excellency, India's digital transformation over the last 10 years is unprecedented. It all started with the launch of our Digital India initiative in 2015. This initiative is powered by our unbreakable beliefs in innovation and driven by commitment of speedy implementations. It is motivated by our spirit of inclusion, leaving no one behind. Today, India has over 850 million internet users, enjoying some of the cheapest data costs in the world. We have leveraged technology to transform governance, to make it more efficient, inclusive, faster, and transparent. Our unique digital identity, Aadhaar, covers over more than 1.3 billion of our people. We have used the power of digital identity card, mobile phone, and bank account to revolutionize financial inclusion in India. The financial sector has witnessed significantly change through digital payment initiatives like the Unified Payment Interface. Today, 46% of the world's digital payment transactions take place in India. Excellency, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has recently said that, quote, proper use of AI not only ensure the economic progress of the country, but it also ensure equality and social justice, unquote. Democratic values, when combined with the technology, will be a force multiplier for greater goal and greater good. Going forward, as democracy, it is our responsibility to ensure that AI technology promote inclusiveness. To this extent, we must establish robust ethical framework and regulations. India has always emphasized on safe and responsible use of artificial intelligence to address challenges faced by humanity. Transparent and accountable AI development practices can help prevent the reinforcement of societal biases and ensure that AI applications prioritize fairness and inclusivity. Democracies also need to invest in rethinking and upskilling programs to ensure that the workforce remains adaptable to the changing job landscape, promoting inclusiveness in the digital economy. In conclusion, I would like to mention that digital technologies and AI hold immense potential to foster inclusiveness within democracy, transforming governance, education, healthcare, and more. However, to maximize these benefits, democracy must address challenges related to bias, the digital divide, and job displacement. By prioritizing ethical AI development, ensuring equal access to technology, and investing in education and workforce development, democracies can harness the power of AI to create more inclusive and equitable society for all citizens. As AI continues to evolve, its role in shaping inclusive democracies will be crucial for the future of governance and societal progress. Thank you, Jai.
Thank you, Minister Singh, for introducing us to India's digital transformation and the democratic values. We would like to next invite His Excellency Owen Smith, the Minister of State at the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform of Ireland. And we do, again, remind everyone of the 3-minute rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Ireland, I want to thank the Republic of Korea and also Foreign Minister Cho for organising this conference and bringing us all together. AI, of course, brings opportunities and risk, and today I'm going to briefly talk about what Ireland is doing to harness those opportunities and then to deal with those risks of misinformation, disinformation, and the erosion of individual freedoms. AI is a breakthrough technology. It is the largest breakthrough of any technology that I can see in the last 30 years compared to the web. And we can look back in retrospect at how the world's governments reacted to the web and use the learning from that time. Ireland believes that AI needs human governance and that governance must be accountable, transparent, and it must have oversight. And Ireland believes, however, that AI can open new channels for public participation in democracy. But we have to be realistic about the risks. AI may increase the risk of a cyber attack, of a hybrid attack, and in response, we need regulation, we need norm setting, and we need to build resilience across all of society. Ireland also believes that the integration of AI in weapon systems has the potential to make warfare more lethal and unethical. Ireland maintains that systems that do not incorporate human control must not be developed or deployed or used. There are challenges in relation to human rights. For example, AI has the potential to amplify disinformation and misinformation and to erode individual freedoms. We must therefore ensure that the protection of human rights is both online and offline and is at the centre of everything that we do. Ireland published its National AI Strategy in 2021, and at the heart of that strategy is an ethical, human rights-based approach with people at the centre, emphasising fairness, emphasising transparency, and building public trust in AI. We've also appointed a National AI Ambassador, and we've established a National AI Advisory Council, and this will provide independent expert advice to government on AI policy. So internationally, Ireland strongly supports the UN Secretary-General's work on our Common Agenda initiative, and we are particularly engaged in the work of the Global Digital Compact. Ireland made a national statement of the Compact to the UN at the outset of informal consultations on the 12th of February, and Ireland's approach to AI is closely aligned with the OECD principles on AI and the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI. So in conclusion, while Ireland is encouraged by the work being done to harness the opportunities presented by AI, a realistic assessment of the risks that it poses is also necessary. And it's great to be here today and hear the different perspectives from participants at this conference so that we can reflect on what the right approach is. And I want to thank you once again and thank the Republic of Korea for facilitating this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your very concise description of the people-centered AI policies of Ireland. Next, we would like to invite the Honourable Tim Watts, the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia, onto the podium.
Thank you, Minister Cho, and thank you to the Republic of Korea for hosting us in this beautiful country and this vibrant democracy. I acknowledge the distinguished group of ministers, government officials, experts from academia and civil society, and the private sector who have come together for this third Summit for Democracy. AI and digital technologies are having a significant impact on society and on our democracies. AI is making a difference to many lives, solving problems faster and opening up opportunities to get things done in smarter and better ways. We all know that its development and adoption can improve well-being, quality of life and economic growth. AI is beginning to enable new ways of achieving energy efficiency, of detecting cancers, of optimising traffic flows, of improving the lives of those with disabilities and providing targeted training and education support. It has the potential to help us to deliver for the communities that elect us. But while our AI is forecast to grow our economies and has a range of legitimate uses, there are documented instances of harm, particularly on democratic systems. Harms can be to individuals and groups, including discrimination, misinformation, polarisation, deepfakes, scams, and cyber attacks. These harms, if left unchecked, can threaten our democracies. Any malicious targeting of our democratic institutions is unacceptable. The openness of our democratic societies renders us more vulnerable to disinformation and other misuses of AI. And yet, democratic governments built on principles of transparency will be more resilient and responsive. An open marketplace of ideas is better able to identify and to call out AI-generated deepfakes. Global efforts are required to build resilience and to protect us all from unsafe AI supporting malicious cyber activity. We need to shape global AI rules and norms so that they support an open, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. We also need to build resilience and capacity for countries to respond to AI cyber threats, scams, online child sexual abuse and exploitation, and election interference. AI is a shared challenge, and nations are responding collectively. Australia is working closely with international partners to harmonise our efforts wherever we can. We are taking forward the commitments made in the Bletchley Declaration, which affirmed that AI should be designed, developed, deployed and used in a manner that is safe, human-centric, trustworthy and responsible. We are helping to build an international regulatory framework for AI that complements domestic measures on safe and responsible AI. And we are identifying opportunities to support the safe and responsible deployment of AI technologies in our region to enable our partners to benefit from AI. By working together, we can ensure that AI realises its immense potential of improving well-being, quality of life and growing our economies without threatening our prosperity, our security and our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing us to how Australia is addressing the challenges of AI. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Boitumelo Sendi Gopahamodimo, the Assistant Minister for State President of Botswana. Her Excellency.
Director of Ceremonies, let me join colleagues in expressing sincere gratitude to the Republic of Korea for hosting the Third Summit for Democracy. Your Excellencies, Botswana's participation in previous summits reaffirms its commitment to the foundational principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, rule of law, and the promotion of political civil freedoms. Botswana has a strong democracy, as well as the longest and uninterrupted multi-party system with free, fair, and credible elections held every 5 years since independence in 1966. We are now going for the 13th elections in October that promise to follow past practices. As a country, we've had unusually resilient traditional governance structures that have served as the foundation on which the much celebrated democratic culture and practice which has come to define Botswana have been built. Our Kotla system, where men and women, young and old, meet in a traditional setting, have in particular provided a focal point in our politics, offering an important platform for social participation in local administration, where issues are discussed in an open, respectful, and inclusive manner. Your Excellencies, we have to acknowledge that digital technology plays a significant role in contemporary societies, shaping various aspects of democracy, including governance, participation, and information dissemination. There is therefore need for substantial investment in digital infrastructure, including internet access and literary programs. Botswana has embarked on the digital transformation that has increased connectivity across the country, including in our Dikotla, thereby allowing equitable access to digital tools across the urban and rural areas. This is key to inclusive democracy. Like other speakers before me, let me underscore the potential that digital technology tools have for increasing accessibility and inclusivity in political discourse and decision-making. Digital democracy can enhance efficiency in democratic processes, such as in voting systems, although in Botswana, e-voting was rejected by some stakeholders who had trust issues with the proposed reform. We acknowledge, on the other hand, that technology can bring challenges to democracy. As Botswana goes to the polls this year, we do so against a surge of dis or misinformation with far-reaching implications on the fate of democracy. Evidence has it that technology, if not used properly, has the potential to undermine democracy. Therefore, in order for digital technology to work, there is need for us to put in place a robust legal and regulatory framework to protect our democracy, privacy, and ensure data security. I end by underscoring the importance of ensuring that digital technology must serve to strengthen rather than undermine democratic principles. As important as it is in modern era, technology remains the bedrock for our democracy and future generations. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Her Excellency, for introducing us to the digital transformation of Botswana, especially as you head to the polls this year. Next, we'll be hearing from His Excellency Orlando Vega Quesada, the Vice Minister of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications of Costa Rica.
Good afternoon, authority, special guests, and participants on this third Summit for Democracy. My special thank you for the government of Korea, for the hospitality, and to my delegation. Costa Rica is building the AI strategy this instrument came from a country who promotes and defends the human rights in democracy. In this scenario, I would like to share some reflections about where it will be the commitment in AI. In first place, the long-term consequence for democracy. The normalization of misinformation may lead to the future where the cynicism overshadows optimism and the apathy replaces the participations, and the excessive undermines the trust in democratic governance. We need to collectively global responsibilities. Addressing AI and digital technology threats and democracies requires international collaboration to develop standards and regulations and technological solutions alongside promoting digital literacy and critical thinking. Also, we see the multi-stakeholder collaboration from the global framework. This success initiatives like a Paris call for the security and cyber underscore the importance of collaboration across the government to private sector, civil society, and combat the disinformation. A specific case in Costa Rica, we have the implementation of digital tools for both counting and pilot projects in the single electronic ballot in the municipal election, highlight how technology can enhance the transparency, the integrity, and the youth participation. And the last, we see a great opportunity about the overcoming online hate speech, implementing cyber regulations, partnering with the tech companies, and for effective content moderation and launching public awareness campaigns for our essential strategies for the state to address the rise on the line hate speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing Costa Rica's AI policies. Next, we have His Excellency Jan Marian, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Excellencies, colleagues, in recent years we have seen deterioration of the state of democracy in the world and the growing influence of authoritarian regimes. It's inspiring that we have gathered here today, together governments, civil society, companies, to discuss how to reverse this trend. The ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine is a harsh example of what non-democratic regimes are capable of. So we must assist Ukraine in confronting this aggression by all possible means and stand against the threat of possible similar development elsewhere in the world. Unfortunately, we face many other challenges. We had to deal with pandemic. We are confronting the realities of the climate change. The dramatic development of digital technologies also has a profound impact. These technologies can make a significant contribution to democracy and human rights. However, they present also substantive risks. So it is essential that these technologies are used in accordance with democratic principles. Human rights have to be protected also in the digital space. These technologies provide opportunities for people to participate more effectively. On the other hand, if misused by the non-democratic regimes, the very same technologies can lead to increased repression and control over citizens. They can be also used against democratic states by authoritarian regimes. We should therefore be ready to face these threats, especially during this important election year when voters representing almost half of the world population are going to the polls. It will be crucial in this regard, and we heard this here before, how democratic societies will be able to counter disinformation and misinformation, which is now easier to spread, also due to AI. For Czechia, the respect for democratic principles and human rights is crucial. This is why we presented a resolution on promotion and protection of human rights in the context of digital technologies, approved by the UN General Assembly last December. Finally, as I indicated earlier, cooperation at the international level is crucial, essential. So I'm pleased to invite you to tomorrow's event, Protecting Digital Civic Space, organized by the co-leads of the Civic Space cohort, Czechia, Norway, and the ICNL. Thank you very much, and many thanks to the hosts and co-hosts.
Thank you very much. Thank you for pointing out the Czech Republic's efforts to develop technology aligned with democratic principles. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Bartome Pujalis, the Director General of the Government Office of Information and Communication Technologies of the Dominican Republic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ministers, delegates. And as part of the country of the global south, and starting from the premise, different but together, let me make my statement in the language of the 650 million peoples in the world, Spanish, which you can also listen in English and Korea. Hoy, alrededor del mundo, los sistemas democráticos están atravesando procesos complejos y convulsos que han deslegitimado la democracia como sistema político y como sistema de convivencia social. Ahora, la diversidad de nuestra realidad actual hace que más voces puedan ser escuchadas. Sin embargo, cada voz levanta sus propias expectativas e inquietudes con distintos puntos de vista con respecto a las expectativas que pretenden la vida. En Latinoamérica, índices como el de Latinobarómetro en el 2023 resaltan que, en el promedio, 54% de los latinos son indiferentes a la democracia. Se ha permitido que se propaguen cada vez más opciones antidemocráticas que no respetan los derechos humanos, la cultura y la identidad de los pueblos. Estos sucesos están ocurriendo al mismo tiempo que nos vemos inmersos dentro de la cuarta revolución industrial, que cataliza la disrupción a base de diversas tecnologías en contraste con las 3 revoluciones anteriores, las cuales implicaban la introducción de una sola tecnología disruptiva. La República Dominicana en las últimas 2 décadas ha sido testigo de un importante crecimiento económico, creciendo por encima de un 5% regularmente durante este periodo de tiempo. Sin embargo, este crecimiento no ha podido materializarse de manera sostenible en desarrollo económico. No somos un caso aislado. Todos los países a los que se encuentran representados hoy estamos ante la necesidad de innovar o morir. Temas como el de la pobreza, que es abordado de manera unidimensional, o el crecimiento económico, van a requerir el apoyo y la utilización de las tecnologías de la cuarta revolución industrial como herramienta para mejorar la calidad de vida de los pueblos, mejorar los servicios públicos y de esta forma alcanzar los derechos fundamentales. La República Dominicana ha entendido la importancia de adoptar estas herramientas y del rol protagónico que la misma tendrá en los procesos públicos. Por consiguiente, la administración del presidente Luis Abinader ha desarrollado varias políticas esenciales, como la Agenda Digital 2030, la Política Nacional de Innovación y nuestra Estrategia Nacional de Inteligencia Artificial. Esta es una estrategia que busca convertirse en una nueva política industrial que enfatice el desarrollo del talento humano y nos ayude a entender las infraestructuras que necesitamos para desarrollar soluciones en inteligencia artificial de interés público que apoye el desarrollo de más empresas con el objetivo de derivar mayores oportunidades y prosperidad a nuestros ciudadanos. Sin embargo, aún con todas estas políticas comprendemos que debemos trabajar conjunto con otros países de la región. Es vital que apuntemos juntos hacia un mismo norte y es esta nuestra invitación a todos los países y a todos ustedes. Por igual, debemos evitar mirar el proceso de una perspectiva tecnofetichista, pues sabemos que no todo es color de rosa. Sabemos del impacto significativo de la inteligencia artificial, de cómo puede afectar la naturaleza de los conflictos globales, la forma de trabajar y cómo facilita la colonización digital. Nuestra estrategia, de manera precisa, busca evitar eso. Nosotros no queremos ser una colonia digital, queremos ser un productor de tecnología que la podamos facilitar para resolver nuestros problemas, para mejorar la vida de nuestra gente y, a su vez, ponerla a disposición del planeta. Su apoyo será manifiesto al mandar señales claras desde sus gobiernos para que sus grandes empresas, productoras de tecnología, tengan una mirada colaborativa, respetuosa y asertiva con la realidad de nuestros países. Ante este escenario, nos parece importante saludar la iniciativa de los Estados Unidos y la ONU de emitir una resolución abordando el tema de la inteligencia artificial y, como ya hemos dicho en otros espacios y planteado en su momento el enviado especial del Secretario General de la ONU para la Tecnología, abogamos por la necesidad de que los países del sur global estén representados con un modelo de inteligencia artificial de interés público, en español, en portugués, en el que podamos evitar sesgos algorítmicos. Que cuando se mire a estos países del sur global no sea desde una perspectiva de convergencia regulatoria, sino de multiconvergencia regulatoria. Los países que están desarrollando inteligencia artificial y la están poniendo a disposición de la humanidad, es entendible que hablen de la necesidad de regular. Sin embargo, en nuestros países, nosotros no podemos regular una industria que aún no existe. Por tanto, más que regular, debemos incentivar. No podemos perder la oportunidad de crear un escenario de laissez-faire en el cual nosotros podamos desarrollar nuestra propia industria y teniendo en cuenta la oportunidad económica que representa la inteligencia artificial para el 2030, situada como la responsable de generar el 16% del PIB global, es vital que todos podamos tener acceso a ser partícipes de una parte de este mercado al desarrollar nuestra propia industria. Por todo esto, para fortalecer democracias usando tecnología e inteligencia artificial, los países influyentes deben invertir en talento humano y infraestructura tecnológica, asegurando autonomía. En nuestras manos está la herramienta que puede revolucionar a toda la humanidad. No podemos permitir que la inteligencia artificial se convierta en un recurso más que solo sea consumido. Cae en nuestra responsabilidad guiarla para establecer un orden mundial más inclusivo, colaborativo y democrático para todos y no para unos pocos, elevando nuestro compromiso de construir un país, una región y un planeta a prueba de futuro. Different but together. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Mau Gausa na vida.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we'd like to invite the Honorable Mabis Onkinsa Boadu, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of Ghana. Ah, yes. Her Excellency.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Ghana, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this summit, a good platform for countries to review their efforts towards enhancing democracy and seeking solutions to challenges confronting democracies across the world. Information and communication technologies have become an integral part of our human existence. They are the instrument of human interaction, tools for social development, and engines for economic growth, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. I am therefore delighted to lead the government of Ghana's delegation to this ministerial session to discuss the future of our interconnected world in addressing the shared challenges that our countries face. As we reflect on the chosen theme, which is designed to underscore the escalating intricacies and significant intersections of artificial intelligence, digital technology, and democratic principles, it goes without saying that in the realms of democracy, AI holds tremendous potential to revolutionize governance, making it more inclusive, responsive, and accountable. Excellencies, in the application of artificial intelligence and digital technologies in democracy, it is essential to delve deeper into the nuanced landscape that lies before us. The rapid advancement of AI has ushered in a new era of possibilities, yet it is also present with us with complex dilemmas that demand our attention and actions. Excellencies, as guardians of democracy, it is incumbent on us to ensure that the deployment of AI is guided by principles of transparency, accountability, and respect for human rights. It is in the collective interest of all societies, particularly democracies across the world, to develop a global legal architecture that ensures that the tools of the ICT becomes enablers rather than drawing us backwards. Ladies and gentlemen, we must adopt a holistic approach that combines regulatory oversight with technological innovation and civic engagement. In this regard, I am pleased to note that Ghana, with the support of its development partners, is taking steps to undertake ICT initiative to bridge the ICT gap in addressing these challenges. An example is the signing of the MOU between Ghana and South Korea for the establishment of Information Access Center ICT Corporation on 5th November 2021. Internally, the National Information Technology Agency Act 771 in Ghana has passed in 2008, as well as the Data Protection Act, Act 843 of 2012, to protect the privacy of individuals and personal data are two major legislations. Your Excellencies, Ghana expresses much interest in the relations between AI and digital technology and disinformation as Africa's digital landscape is rapidly evolving, with internet penetration rates increasing year by year, largely due to the mobile technology. This group comes with both opportunities and challenges. In a comparative analysis between Ghana and the wider African continent on the impact of AI and digital technology on the spread of disinformation, Ghana provides a smaller scale reflection of a larger challenge and responses observed throughout Africa. To mitigate these challenges, the government of Ghana, civil society organizations, and international partners have been collaborating to combat disinformation through various means, include public education campaign, fact-checking initiatives, and efforts to improve digital literacy. The National Media Commission of Ghana and other stakeholders have emphasized the importance of verifying information before sharing it and have provided sources to help the public identify false news. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I want to say a collaborative approach involving tech companies, government, and civil society is imperative. Sharing insight, data, and best practices can fortify the collective effort against disinformation. Furthermore, responsible regulations that strike the balance between freedom of expression and the need to curb the spread of harmful disinformation should be enacted. Thank you all for the kind attention.
Thank you for introducing us to Ghana's efforts to meet challenges in collaboration with multiple stakeholders. Now we would like to invite His Excellency John Tanui, the Principal Secretary for ICT and Digital Economy of Kenya, to come up onto the stage. Shall we welcome you with a big round of applause?
Minister Joe, Your Excellencies, Ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, annyeonghaseyo. Good morning and greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. The Ministerial Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Digital Technologies and Democracy is a timely and important event in the dynamic landscape of today's digital world. I start by thanking Minister Joe, the Republic of Korea, for hosting this event and giving us all the courtesies. We are witnessing the unprecedented rise of digital space, offering vast opportunities and emerging as a pivotal driver of economic growth. Data from various sources underscore the transformative potential of the digital economy. For example, projections from World Bank suggest that the digital technologies could add over $2.6 trillion to global output by 2025. This remarkable growth trajectory is fueled by the emergence of groundbreaking technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, and Internet of Things, which indeed hold the promise in addressing global pressing issues such as climate change, the need for circular economy, realization of sustainable technologies, and sustainable development goals. In my home country, Kenya, the cradle of mankind, we are actively empowering our citizens to seize these opportunities through a number of initiatives under our bottom-up transformation agenda led by President William Samoei Ruto, the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. We have embarked on a comprehensive training and awareness program aimed at equipping our population with essential digital skills and expertise vital for active participation in the digital and knowledge-based economy. At this point, I also want to thank the government and the people of South Korea for the support for Kenya in the digital space, and more specific on establishment of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konsa Technopolis, our smart city 60 kilometers from the capital city of Nairobi. This institution, modeled and mentored by the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, will indeed play a very key role in growth of technology and knowledge economy in Kenya and the entire African continent. Additionally, we are bolstering connectivity nationwide by accelerating construction of additional digital superhighway, ensuring seamless access to the digital space for homes and businesses alike. We are building additional 100,000 kilometers of fiber to bring all in the digital space. At the grassroots level, we are establishing digital hubs, one in every ward. We have 1,450 wards across the country. These will serve as epicenters of training, innovation, and digital employment opportunities, particularly catering for our vibrant youth demographic. Moreover, the digitization of government services has revolutionized citizen engagement by enabling convenience to access government services. As of now, we have over 15,000 government services available online for our citizens. Furthermore, the abundance of data generated has facilitated automation and digitalization, coupled with access to advanced analytical technologies, has empowered both private and public sector in Kenya. Automation and AI tools have notably enhanced service delivery, facilitating improved access to credit for previously marginalized individuals through initiatives as one we call the ASLA Fund. Similarly, access to agricultural inputs has been greatly streamlined through technology, leading to increased nationwide agricultural output. As earlier highlighted by Secretary Blinken in his remarks, health is one of the key sectors that has greatly also benefited from AI tools in Kenya. However, amidst these advancements, we must confront the implications of artificial intelligence for democracy. While AI holds the promise of enhancing democracy globally by improving access to information, decision-making processes, and transparency, it also poses significant challenges such as the concentration of power, erosion of privacy, and acute increase of inequalities. Moreover, the rise of technology-driven misinformation, disinformation, threatens to undermine democratic processes and intensify societal divisions. To safeguard democracy in the age of AI, we must prioritize transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. Policymakers must enact robust regulations to ensure ethical development and deployment of AI systems, coupled with effective oversight mechanisms. Additionally, investing in digital literacy and education is paramount to empowering citizens to critically engage with AI technologies and navigate the digital landscape effectively. In conclusion, while the rise of AI and digital technologies presents unprecedented opportunities for economic growth and innovation, it also brings forth complex challenges that necessitates global cooperation and commitment. Kenya stands ready to collaborate with global partners in building strong frameworks and ensuring the responsible and ethical use of AI for the betterment of humanity, while also upholding our cherished freedoms, ethics, and democratic values. I welcome you to Nairobi. Karibu Kenya. Welcome home. Thank you. Kamsamida. Asanteni sana.
Thank you for introducing us to the digital transformation of Kenya, and especially examples of collaboration between Kenya and South Korea. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Egidijus Meilunas, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, onto the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of my country, Republic of Lithuania, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting the third Summit for Democracy and for their hospitality and warm welcome. Today we enjoy the benefits of technological advances, including digital technologies and artificial intelligence. However, these technologies are also being used by malicious actors. Nowadays, war extends far beyond traditional battlefields. It's also waged fiercely in the digital realm. The malicious state and non-state actors, particularly from Russia and other autocratic states, use modern cyber technologies to shatter the foundations of sovereign states by undermining democratic processes and diminishing citizens' trust in state institutions. Hybrid warfare tactics are increasingly employed as a weapon in the arsenal of war. Russia, in its war against Ukraine, employs a full range of war instruments. Military aggression, killings of civilian population, abductions of children, and other war crimes go hand in hand with the attacks in digital space. These attacks reach far beyond Ukraine's borders. Democracies supporting Ukraine also become targets of Russia's hybrid warfare. However, this will not prevent us from supporting Ukrainians. Only Ukraine's victory could protect our rules and values-based world order. That's, we say, whatever victory takes. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, Lithuania, situated on the direct front line of autocratic Russia and Belarus, has long been a target for foreign information manipulation and cyber attacks. Recently, such attacks have been increasingly carried out with the use of generative AI and other advanced technologies. It enables malicious actors to spread war propaganda and disinformation faster, cheaper, and on scale never seen before. No borders confine them in the digital space, meaning that all countries are targets for cyber and hybrid attacks. Given the scope and increasing sophistication of cyber threats, a collective, proactive approach to cybersecurity defense and investments in technology are essential. We also urge the global community to work together on having clear rules and standards for digital transformation. At the same time, we must remember that Russia and other autocratic regimes do not abide by international law. On the contrary, they are destroying the rules-based order. Therefore, legal regulation alone is not sufficient. We all need to dramatically increase our resilience to foreign information manipulation and interference. Therefore, we propose to establish a broader international coalition of democracies of like-minded countries to counter malicious activities of the autocratic regimes. Let's pool our human and technical resources, exchange our experience, and work together to safeguard our sovereignty and democracy. If we do not step up now, the world will become no place for truth, a place where democracy can no longer thrive. I thank you.
Thank you for introducing us to the unique perspectives of Lithuania, especially as it faces Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Vladimir Adolf Franco Sosa, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, onto the stage.
안녕하세요. Hello, good afternoon. Your Excellencies, on behalf of Her Excellency Yanaina Tewani Menkomo, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank and congratulate the government of the Republic of Korea for the excellent organization of this third Democracy Summit and the holding of this dialogue, Artificial Intelligence, Digital Technology, and Democracy. Valuable space that contribute to the promotion of democracy, freedom, peace, and prosperity for the benefit of our citizens. Democracy is characterized by a balanced distribution of power and a constant dialogue among key political actors so that the rule of law and constitutional guarantees must always prevail in any situation that jeopardize the tranquility and social peace of its citizens. Panama has defended its democratic systems, ensuring the proper functioning of the state with respect for the separation of powers, respect of human rights, the rule of law, and transparency. But this has also promoted democratization of public policies to bring them closer to citizens, to rural areas, women, people with disability, and they address all that just demands for inclusion of our population in the national, social, and economic development. It is important to note that the relationship between the new digital technologies and democracy is complex and multifaceted, posing both challenge and great opportunities. Digital technology has democratized access to information. Social networking platforms, online news has allowed people to obtain information from many sources. It is precisely this wealth of information that lends itself to the spread of fake news and misinformation, which can undermine the quality of democratic decision-making. Likewise, citizens' participation has been impacted by new digital tools that give citizens a more direct voice in public affairs. Online campaigns and e-petitions are examples of how technology can mobilize our population. Similarly, government transparency and accountability through new digital technologies allows us to monitor and evaluate the actions of government authorities. Panama defends democracy in all areas. Our isthmus is located as a central point for the extreme of the American continent, where we can all develop respectful relations that allow us to meet our challenge jointly. It is necessary to build robust and effective democracies that expand their borders so the more men and women in all parts of the world may enjoy the benefits of freedom, development, justice, and peace. On May 5th of this year, our country will hold general elections to elect authorities that will govern the country for the next 5 years. Cybersecurity is a critical point in the electoral process that will be taking place. Digital technologies can strengthen the security of elections and protect the integrity of the democratic process. Similarly, there are risks relating to the vulnerability of the digital systems or cyber attacks, which, as we have seen in the course of this dialogue, are challenges that we can face together by establishing a legal framework with clear rules. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence and digital technology can be a powerful tool for the strengthening democracy, which in turn pose major challenges that must be addressed jointly and multilaterally in order to ensure that their benefits are maximized and their risks are adequately mitigated. This will depend on how digital technologies are designed, implemented, and regulated. Ladies and gentlemen, as we see, Panama faced the same challenge and is trying to implement the same initiatives that have been mentioned here, because what is happening today in one part of the world affects us all. And as a global community, we have an historical responsibility to our societies and to previous generations, so we have to act with conviction in our decision. So let's keep in the top of mind two expressions. One, international cooperation. The other one is solidarity. Kamsahamnida. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding us of the central themes. The organizers would like to say that even though we are running quite late, the afternoon roundtable will start at 2 in the afternoon as scheduled. So upon that note, we would now like to invite His Excellency Robert Kupicki, the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of Poland.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, on behalf of Poland, let me first and foremost thank the government of the Republic of Korea and 3 co-sponsoring governments for hosting this event and for having under one roof representatives of the governments and civil societies of all nations who, amidst the progressing technological revolution, speak for democracy and the strength of our political systems. Ladies and gentlemen, many previous speakers spoke about artificial intelligence as a part of our reality, impacting and changing our political life, our economy, impacting our social developments, and also offering a lot of challenges for democracy as much as progress for a better life. The choice belongs to us, and we need to act in order to strengthen our democracy and obviously in order to allow for the development of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let me offer 3 quick points. I'm pretty aware of the time constraints. First, the principles of democracy and human rights and the rule of law should drive our worldwide consensus on regulating global digital future. Within the European Union, we agree that digital technologies should not undermine, but be at the service of human rights protection, democratic values, and the rule of law. European Parliament has recently approved the Artificial Intelligence Act that ensures safety and compliance with fundamental rights while boosting innovation. There is much more on the regulatory framework, and I think Commissioner Vera Jourova mentioned what we do in the European Union, and there is no need to repeat that. But let me underscore that regulation is necessary, as we need to strengthen safeguards against emerging technologies becoming a real threat to our democracies. Democratic states are responsible for making sure that the developments empower our societies, strengthen democratic processes, and won't open the gate for uncontrolled power shifts. My point number 2 is on disinformation. And disinformation, the one that's powered by AI, is of growing importance in our world. It is used to destabilize democracies at peacetime, but it becomes even more deadly during crisis or war. The only thing more gruesome than the Russian actions during their ongoing invasion of Ukraine is the disgusting web of lies spun by Russian propaganda, accelerated by social media, deepfake techniques, and omnipresent bots. We see how this spiral of lies is affecting our societies and pushing people to irrational judgments and choices. Through our debate, we have to make sure that our democratic governments are united in their resolve to strengthen healthy infospace by educating the societies and raising the quality of media literacy, by working together with information providers and electronic platforms operators to increase their effectiveness in removing mis- and malinformation from the content they offer, by demonetizing disinformation, and last but not least, by effective regulation of digital market and digital services. My last point is on the need to ensure that AI will not be used to manipulate our political choices, as artificial intelligence is supercharging the threat of election disinformation worldwide and makes it relatively easy to create fake but convincing content aimed at fooling voters and disrupt electoral processes. And while fighting this scourge, our governments don't need to turn into censors. They rather should act as responsible architects of our common digital future, enhancing the resilience of our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, with great power there comes great responsibility. It should unite and guide us in our common effort to ensure the ethical development of AI technologies and in adapting our societies to its proper and responsible use. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for the call to collaborate in efforts to promote a technical development which honors democratic values. Next, we hear from His Excellency Bogdan Mihai Dumia, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Research, Innovation, and Digitalization of Romania.
Your Excellency, honorable ministers, dear guests. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for this kind invitation to be part of this high-level ministerial conference addressing such a crucial topic, the resilience of our societies in an AI-shaped future. Romania is undergoing a digital transformation process with ambitious, wide-ranging projects for the coming years. Our national AI strategy is currently under development, taking into account EU, OECD, and UNESCO requirements and conditions. Its objectives include economic development, adaptation to citizens' need, and the provision of efficient, high-quality, safe, and fast online public services. However, we believe that technological advancement must be balanced with a sustained focus on ethics, safety, and sustainability. The vision of the future national strategy in the field of AI prioritizes accelerating an adoption and use of AI at the pace of the technological advancement. Our goal is to position Romania advantageously for the future development, establishing AI as a key national priority. Disinformation and misinformation pose serious threats of democracy, public debate, and citizens' safety. Large-scale campaigns to this nature demand a united response. The European Commission has taken steps to counter disinformation, including the creation of True, the Naked True platform, designed to help citizens recognize and combat fake news. The Eurobarometer findings show that Romanians, about 63% of them, encounter misleading information. This is a major concern, and the European Union is responding with the Digital Services Act. Platforms like True empower citizens to join the fight against disinformation. At the same time, Romania's parliament has drafted a law addressing deepfake content. The law would prohibit the distribution of deepfakes without a clear warning about their manipulated nature. Romania supports the efforts to achieve a balance between mitigating the risk associated with AI technologies, ensuring the protections of human rights, privacy, and data, while promoting responsible innovation. Thank you once again, and I look forward to more fruitful discussions in the margins of this event.
Thank you for introducing us to Romania's efforts to fight the negative effects of AI. And now we will have His Excellency Ulises Canciola, the Special Envoy for Emerging Technologies of Mexico. I'd like to invite him up onto the podium.
His Excellency Chota Yul, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, let me add my voice to those who precede me in the use of the word to thank the government of Korea for hosting this year edition of the summit. Mexico appreciates this opportunity to affirm our commitment to the fundamental values of democracy, recognizing that human rights, the rule of law, and democracy are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. Mexico underlines democracy as a universal value-based system that enables the freely expressed will of the people to determine their own political, economic, social, and cultural system and their full participation in all aspects of their lives. At the same time, we believe that there is no single model of democracy and that in the current context of global digitalization, the principles of sovereignty and the right of self-determination shall be fully observed. Mexico deems democracy as a powerful instrument to achieving the frontal fight against poverty and the structural causes of inequality, discrimination, and violence, prioritizing the protection of the rights of people in vulnerable situations. No one should be left behind. Your Excellencies, the world is going through literally a global change of epoch, characterized by the rapid technological development. Mexico is aware of the impact that increased use of digital technologies has on the enjoyment of a wide range of human rights and consequently on democracy. Indeed, states need to reflect on the kind of relationship we would like to have with technology and through it with our own societies. Bearing this in mind, during the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, Mexico facilitated a new resolution entitled Protection and Promotion of Human Rights in Digital Context, as was mentioned before by the Deputy Minister of Czechia. This resolution was adopted by consensus, and that emphasizes the relevance of bridging digital divides and recognizing the need to ensure that the digital environment is accessible, inclusive, and safe. Moreover, the resolution foresees that the states must ensure women's participation and contribution to society at large on equal terms, particularly in the realms of economic and political participation. Under the framework of Mexico feminist foreign policy, we are convinced that a full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and girls in the digital age is critical to achieving gender equality, sustainable development, peace, and democracy. Your Excellencies, as it has been mentioned in this summit, many states will hold elections this year. That certainly is the case of Mexico, where in coming June, 20,000 positions of the 3 levels of government, including the presidency of the Republic, will be renewed through election, where around 100 million citizens will be casting their votes. Mexico will approach the biggest electoral process of its history based inter alia on the principles and elements put forward in the initiatives presented at the UN General Assembly as a resolution I referred before. Mexico is committed to protect and promote human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in the context of rapid digital development, both at the national as well as the global level. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we actually have some examples of how we're using technology to our benefit. We have some real recorded video from some of our delegates who are not able to join us today. We'll start with, from Japan, we have a recorded video by Her Excellency Yoko Kamikawa, the Foreign Minister of Japan. So if you could turn your attention to the screens.
Distinguished participants, at the outset, please allow me to pay tribute to the host of the Third Summit for Democracy, the Government of the Republic of Korea, and the chair of this ministerial meeting for Foreign Minister Cho. It is significant and timely that the ROK as a chair has chosen AI and digital technology as the themes of this meeting. Technology and innovations have bright potential, and technologies, including AI, are essential for the continued global sustainable development. However, while they have such bright potential, we also need to be mindful of their dark side. For example, there are various risks and challenges, such as cybersecurity, disinformation, and privacy regarding generative AI. Moreover, any misuse of advanced AI systems, including generative AI, could damage the very foundations of democracy. Today, I would like to share my thoughts on the issue of fakes that could damage the due process and foundation of democracy, and thus undermine the legitimacy of the democratic outcome. The basis of democracy is the will of the people, which is expressed through free and independent thought based on a variety of information. However, if deep fakes created by AI overwhelm the digital space and information, including public announcements, is distorted, such space is a fake space. Decisions made within such a fake space cannot be said to represent the true will of people. This would undermine political legitimacy and credibility. There are also risks of AI being used for foreign information manipulation, as it enables the generation and dissemination of malicious narratives that undermine democratic processes and international cooperation. Be it individuals or nations, stability and prosperity are founded on relationships of trust. We must counter information manipulation that creates mutual distrust and division. Efforts are being taken around the world to increase individual media information literacy, strengthen fact-checking, and develop technology to detect deep fakes. In order to mitigate the risks of rapidly evolving technologies while maximizing opportunities for their innovative use, it is necessary to formulate human-centered international governance with multi-stakeholder participation. Last year, as a G7 presidency, Japan launched the Hiroshima AI process to discuss international rules on generative AI. After much discussion at the end of the last year, the Hiroshima AI process successfully formulated the Hiroshima AI Process Comprehensive Policy Framework, the first international policy framework for promoting safe, secure, and trustworthy advanced AI systems, consisting of international guiding principles and code of conduct. The framework encourages the development and deployment of technologies that allow users to identify AI-generated content, such as watermarking, and promotes project-based international cooperation on disinformation. We would like to expand these efforts and promote cooperation for the realization of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have a recorded video by His Excellency Omar Paganini, the Minister of Foreign Relations of Uruguay.
Uruguay's organization of the Third Summit for Democracies and appreciates the opportunity to participate once again in this important forum, which brings together countries that defend democracy and share the principles of respect for human rights and equal opportunities for all. In the current international context, marked by increasing conflicts and instability, the defense and promotion of democracy is more important than ever. The exponential advance of digital technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence, impacts all aspects of our life in society, offering unique opportunities for economic and social development. Indeed, in this digital era, we are generating a new type of communication which allows citizens to express themselves, participate, and get involved in public affairs. In fact, we are moving into an era of digital citizens, where there is a significant empowerment of the individual and root-based movements. At the same time, this dynamic presents significant challenges for the traditional forms of political mediations, political parties, and media. It is clear that many new voices can enrich and intensify the political debate, but the tendency towards immediacy and the difficulty to distinguish reliable from fake information is creating new problems. This context can encourage the temptation of populist leaderships. A significant problem is that of the online disinformation and fake news, seeking to manipulate public opinion. It is an issue that becomes especially sensitive in electoral processes. This will be aggravated by the ease with which images and audios can be altered using artificial intelligence. To really profit from the opportunity and at the same time avoid the caveats, democratic participation in this digital world will be a process under permanent construction, resulting from a joint effort from the state, academia, and organized civil society, as well as from each of us. In Uruguay, we have defined a digital citizen strategy for the information and knowledge society, for which we have received contributions from all sectors, seeking to achieve a digital transformation with equity, reducing the digital divide. We are really satisfied with our achievements in terms of internet access and the reduction of the digital gap. A growing 91% of Uruguayans use the internet, and I must underscore that this happens throughout all socioeconomic sectors. Finally, I would like to stress that the decisions we take today will contribute to forge the society of the future and should be aimed at the promotion of solid systems of democratic governance. In Uruguay, we are fully committed with these goals. Thank you very much, and I wish you great success in the deliberations and work of this third summit.
And finally, we have a recorded video by His Excellency Simon Geisfeller, the State Secretary of Switzerland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the Republic of Korea for convening the Third Summit for Democracy and for being a world leader on this defining issue. I commend the United States for having launched this important process in 2021. This gathering provides a much-needed opportunity to unite our efforts in strengthening democratic resilience and to share knowledge and experiences in democracy support worldwide. I regret that I cannot be with you today in Seoul. Unfortunately, after having spent 5 hours on the tarmac, my flight was cancelled so late that I couldn't make it. Artificial intelligence and digital technology touch upon all aspects of our lives. They transform the way we work, communicate, and interact. New technologies offer enormous opportunities in healthcare, the energy sector, but also in democracy. Electoral processes, access to information, as well as the efficiency of our public services all benefit immensely from these technological advances. However, amidst these remarkable opportunities, we must not lose sight of the challenges that arise for democracies. We must ensure that technology continues to serve the people and does not become a tool to manipulate or to oppress. And obviously, in many places today, technology is used exactly to these ends. At the same time, the fight against disinformation must not be instrumentalized as a pretext to unduly restrict human rights and fundamental freedoms. For this reason, Switzerland has been actively involved in the Council of Europe negotiations on the Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law, which were successfully concluded last week in Strasbourg. Furthermore, Federal Councillor Albert Rösti recently announced that Switzerland stands ready to host an Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit, the UK initiative that we consider to be of great relevance to these ends. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of Switzerland's efforts to promote democratic resilience and to foster partnerships and cooperations with democracies worldwide, the new Swiss foreign policy strategy adopted by the Swiss government just a couple of weeks ago identifies the promotion of democracy as one of 4 thematic priorities. Switzerland, with its long democratic tradition and experience, will contribute to our collective efforts to ensure that technological advancements contribute to safer, fairer, and more inclusive democracies that deliver not only for us, but also for future generations. Thank you again to our South Korean hosts. I wish you a productive summit.
Thank you, State Secretary, for sharing your video with us. I believe we have set the stage for wonderful discussions today and the days to come. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all those who have joined us here. Your patience is greatly appreciated, and to all those who are watching online. With this, my job is done, and we conclude the Ministerial Conference of the Third Summit for Democracy. The roundtable will not start at 2, but actually will start at 2:15, so you have a few moments. And I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you. 감사합니다.